Hello friends, you're live here with me, Jen the Taxidermy Witch, and we are going to continue the day of videos. This is the video that I had originally planned before my morning got kind of crazy with taking care of the cursed doll issue, and if you didn't see that, go ahead and look at the video before this. So, we've just got so much to do in this video, and it's funny, because Uncle Badger earlier was saying, hey KDR, welcome. Uncle Badger earlier was saying, Jen, please do another 15-hour live stream. Okay, well this isn't going to be 15 hours, but it very well may be a 4-hour video. I'll just have to take little breaks in between and keep it rolling. So, I don't quite know where to start. I feel like I should start by showing you around what I've got going on and then telling you what I'll be up to. But we're going to do it all together. It's like you see me foraging, you see it in the jar, but what happens in between? You know, how do you organize it? Where do you forage the ingredients from? And when I say that, I mean the glass jars, the containers, etc. Because I used to, back in the day, have a lot of money just to go to Walmart and get a flat of jars, and luckily my 200 herbs are still in those like multi-sized jars. But now that life has changed, and couldn't be happier, but now that life has changed, I have to even forage my containers, and I have to forage those things. And so we're going to be going through my dehydrator basket, and I'm talking all about that. We're going to be going through things that I foraged from property, all the sea offerings, all the nature offerings, and jarring them up, and doing that all together, because it takes so much time, and I never can seem to get completely motivated to do the whole thing in one shot, and I thought if we came together, maybe I would be. So let's just start by taking you around and showing you what I've got going on. You guys let me know if this light is better or worse. There's no light over in this corner, and we're going to be over there, so we'll see how it goes. Does that make it better or worse? The most of the time we're going to be over here, but I had to get some light over here. I really need a bigger light right above my head. Hey, Sherry Bug D and Kitty Moore 3. Kitty Moore 3. I'm trying to understand your name because I feel like it's a play on words. Kitty Moore 3. But either way, it's great. It has a 3 in it. I love it. Butterfly Magic with Hot Tea. So good to see you. You like foraging in your kitchen. Yep. And actually, one of the first things that we're going to do, Monica Smith, welcome, hello, I don't think I've ever seen you on the channel. Welcome to Taxidermy Witch, so glad to see you here. I was just thinking of that very thing, was like kitchen foragings, because in between these videos, I was getting ready for this one, doing the cleansing in my room, which took a lot longer than I thought. Obviously, you just have to feel till the energy is ready to be left alone. And then also I was talking with Darkpool and KDR. Thank you guys for your conversation and sharing music together, and it was just such a lovely thing. I'm going to re-share that Tori Amos song on the Patreon page, because like I say, that's a song and a video I watch every single day for, God, for so long. 5 to 7 years. It might be 8 years I found that video. But she is a powerful witch, and she uses her magic through music, which is amazingly beautiful. So, talking about the kitchen foragings and talking about Skyping with Darkpool, she told me, hey Jen, I'm just rewatching your video now, the one I did earlier, the cursed doll. I want to tell you something cool about dragon's blood, because I brought it up when we were looking at the dragon's blood and smelling it. And she said, like, there it is, it just smells like so amazingly, cruelly beautiful. I say cruel because it smells like something that you feel like you should be able to taste and ingest and become a part of, but you just can't. You just have to stick your nose in the jar and keep it there. Ah! It's crazy. So she said, you know, you can put a little bit of oil and a chunk of the dragon's blood, not powder, but a chunk, into one of these, like, wax burner type things, right? However, remove the wax and just use oil. Well, I was thinking, okay, yeah, I could pry that out. This all is money herbs that have to do with money dripped in wax, and then when you heat them up, it's like a makeshift oil lamp, you guys. It really is. Like one of these, if you can't like do the whole oil lamp thing or whatever, my Etsy and Patreon's below where you can get any kind of witchcraft stuff and support the channel. Please check those out. I'll talk about them more throughout the videos, but this is in a sense because you have the fire below. So you have that element. You have this natural material that is the holder. It's not plastic. It's not some kind of like cheap what do they call that stuff? Stainless steel or something. That anyway, it, you know, it's, you've got the natural material. You've got the glass. You've got the soapstone or whatever this is made of. I'm not really sure. And then you've got the fire, and then you've got the herbs inside which burn that magical intention out into the air that you're breathing, and you can smell it, right? So you've got that aromatherapy going. So she suggested that, but then I was just walking by and I saw this little thing that I picked up thrifting a long time ago, and so I have one for just oil. So we're going to do that first off, and we're going to start out with making a little bit of, might have to clean it out, there's a little bit of salt in there. Again, I honestly, like, my clothes are just clothes. Like, when I do art, paint gets on them, and when I do witchcraft, dirt gets all over them. So I'm just going to take my dress and wipe out the dust and salt, and I honestly, that's just kind of the person I am. I like to dress up and look nice, but I really don't care about the small stuff. And y'all don't sweat the small stuff. So I'm going to try and find a way to tip you guys down so you can see me put this together. And we're going to start burning that now, so that throughout this 3 to 4 hours we spend together, hopefully it's that long, we'll just have this beautiful, beautiful aromatherapy going and this resin burning. It'll be great. It'll be great. So let's find a way to do this. And then I thought, why couldn't you add one of your magical oils that you make, like I've taught on my channel, like Tequila's taught on her channel. So many channels teach about how to make magical oils, right? This is a road opener oil, and you can see the key hanging inside. And I hung that cleverly so that the key will stir up the ingredients that are in there. Why couldn't you, and you can, I believe this is a sunflower oil base. If not, it is an sweet almond oil base, but I'm going to guess it's sunflower oil. You could use olive oil, it's pretty thick. But once you shake this up, all the dirts and everything get mixed around. So out of all of your witchcraft oils, out of your death oil, your love oil, your road opener oil, your money oil, your astral travel oil, all of that, you can choose an oil to put right in the top of one of these, or you can just use your basic oil from the kitchen and forage right from your kitchen. And not only that, but our kitchen and our witchcraft cupboard, they can share each other. And you know, blessing your kitchen herbs in the moonlight like we do with our witchcraft herbs is just really something. So now that that's all stirred up, you can see that it's all cloudy and dark because the dirts are mixing in and all of that. That's not going to hinder your oil burn. So just to say, but just, you know, oil. My clothes, you guys might not be able to tell, but they have stains on them. It's okay. I embrace it. It's fine. It's Witch of the Woods. Quickly, I want to show Crystal Lotus and you guys the candle that we're burning for Peaches. Peaches is the little animal that just got diagnosed with some kind of possible cancerous hazard in the body. And then earlier I did a candle for Brendan the Gent, who's on the channel, and I'm going to send him a wax read. And then this one for Mika, and I'll send him a wax read as well. And what ended up in those candles. But right now this one is for you and Peaches Crystal Lotus. So I just wanted to show that to everybody so that you could possibly help us charge that with your loving energy. which is so beautiful here on this channel, y'all. Okay, so now I'm going to try and tip you down. Hopefully this works. I'm sure it will. Okay, let's see what we're doing. Okay, so just, this is a light olive oil. I don't even know if it's extra virgin, but it's what Peggy had in her kitchen, and use what you've got. Remember, olive oil is a thicker one. I don't use it in a lot of oils I anoint my body with, but something like this is going to work really great. So first I'm going to put the dragon's blood in, which is here. And Darkpool is telling me that you can use, you know, a nice hefty sized chunk. So let's see what we want to choose from. I mean, this is a hefty sized chunk, but I feel like we need more than that. So let's do that one. Plus, let's tap some just for the purpose. I like that a lot, usually. Let's tap them all for the purpose. And let's all just smell the beauty of dragon's blood. It's amazing. So yeah, welcome. We're going to have a nice long live stream. Have a lot of fun together. You can ask your questions in the comments, and I'll be able to get to them later. I'll do as much as I can as far as talking to you guys while we go live, but there's just so much I have to do. So let's get that resin, mortar, and pestle that we used earlier today for the juniper berries for my cleansing ritual. And I'm just going to take the smallest piece and drop it in there. And now listen, if you want to get this into chunks, you're not going to want to like really grind into it. You're just want to do some like light tapping. And as you can see, it'll just kind of break on its own. And I think that this is a fantastic chunk to try out. I'll show you how big that is. Okay. So let's start out with that. And then in the meantime, we have a couple other little ones we can go back to. But I'm anxious to try this out. And I'm feeling good about it. Darkpool is definitely a soulmate of mine. She is a friend that you can't say anything to make her think less of you, or to, I mean, you can share anything and she's just the best. And she made this beautiful video of me, which I wish was still alive. Yeah, I'd love to have that up and running again one day. So I'm just going to take this olive oil straight from my kitchen with this little lovely bar pour on it. That makes it nice. And put enough in probably just to kind of cover it, like you would do with hard-boiled eggs. You know, make sure the whole rock is covered in oil. And then, if you can see it there, tip it to the side. Now it's covered in oil. And now I'm just going to light the tea light below. And I believe this is a soapstone. And it's really pretty because when you burn it out the sides, you can get shadows on your wall, which is lovely. And I'm going to light that from my altar light over here. So let's, again, unedited videos, just a tripod. I'm just doing my best to show you guys what I'm doing throughout the day. So nice to see everybody here. Let's see if I missed anybody. Uncle Badger is back. Darkpool's here. Welcome. Yay. Cherrybug D. Kitty. Kitty, kitty. Did I get everybody? Butterfly Magic still here. Erica Townsend! So nice to see ya. Okay, great. So here we are. And Darkpool, what did you think about this idea? Did you hear my idea about adding your magical oils into that? Okay. So to get my deity light, which you can see it burning right there, okay. I'm just going to take a candle that's kind of long. And I'm going to grab from that deity light. As much as I can, I try to grab from that. And then you'll see me light this from that, okay? That's what I'm doing. This is for Crystal Lotus. We should all be charging this, this working every time we can see it. So that's how I grabbed it. And then I'll just take it down straight from my deity light onto that tea light. I don't like to blow things out. I like to throw them out. It's up to you guys. Again, when I do candles and stuff like that, I don't blow them out. I snuff them or I let them burn all on their own. So here we go. Dark pool, does this look like what we're supposed to have? Just a big chunk of dragon's blood floating in that olive oil? Hope so. Alright, if you haven't said hello yet, say hello. We all love you. We all miss you. Did you hear what I said, Uncle Badger? This might be like a 4-hour live stream, which was inspired by you because you asked for that 15-hour live stream we did before again. And I don't think I could commit to something like that. However, I was thinking about committing to an 8-hour live stream and planning it a week ahead. So, we'll see. Where will I keep this? I'm going to keep this right over here by my money oil lamp, okay? Can you see it? I'll let you know how it smells. Right now, right now it smells like top ramen, but that's probably because I always think that olive oil kind of smells like top ramen. I don't know what it is. Whatever. Oh, do you guys know this? If you don't, then you're not missing out. It's just a funny skit. Okay, so moving along, we have so freaking much to do. Like, we have so much to do here. I was going to continue showing you around the room and what we've got planned for this live stream. I know that most of you won't be able to stay the whole time. But I do hope a lot of you get to watch some of it back or stay as long as you can. Are these lights too much? I mean, should I just turn them out? I can't tell. Kitty! With the order... Okay, wait, Kitty, thanks for saying that, because I'm going to send a chunk to you in the order that you're getting. Kitty's ordering some things that we're actually packaging up in this video from the seas of my area. And so, Kitty, I will send you one of these chunks of dragon's blood. Yes! Saturday Night Live, absolutely. What's her name? I don't know, the movie's called Superstar. I forget what her name is. Oh boy. This one's for you, darling. It's bigger than the one I just put in there, but there you go. Kitty! Alright, so I will put that with my planner so I don't forget that that is your little rock. And when you guys make orders from my Etsy shop, I just have so much to share. So just say, like, I'd love some of this if you have extra, or I'd, like, just say. Because I have so much to share. And so Etsy's down below, Patreon's down below. Now, what are we gonna do? Okay, let's keep looking around the room at what we're gonna do in this video today. So here, I've got a big tray of things that we need to get in jars and package up that I showed you in the last few videos of foraging in the woods. Okay, some pheasant feathers, some pine, some chestnuts that have been eaten by squirrels, pine cones in this big, beautiful, like you could put it on your altar, holly leaves that are now dried out, shavings off of a madrona, some cattail, some rose hips that came from the sea. I have lots of rose hips, but not many that come from the sea. Down below, we're going to talk about jars and what you can forage from your kitchen as far as jars. We're going to talk about labels and how to get them off and what you can do if you can't get the sticky off of your label. We're going to talk about the Farmer's Almanac. I just picked up the one that is the sun, moon, stars, and planets. Founded in 1792, Robert B. Thomas. It was $8, like it was a big ticket item, but I got it just at the grocery store, where you find the National Enquirers and that. Jenna Quinn, it's so good to see you. It's been a while. So good to see you. So then we've also got, before I forget, let's come down here and let me tell you that as we go through and as we put away some of these things, like every time I get into my jars, you know, like some of my jars are super low on stuff, so I'll use the last bit of it for a working or a nature offering or something like that. So in this video, I thought it would be really cool to utilize these big, like, it's bark off of a tree, and it was let by nature. I don't really understand how that works exactly, but it was the letting. It was right next to the tree. And it looks like this big, beautiful, like, plate almost. So I thought I would do one during this video, and then also have one if somebody wants an Etsy order of one. It's a little bit smaller. And what we do with these guys is we fill them up with little bits of herbs. This is just a working that I practice. We fill them up with little bits of herbs, put our intention into them, set that into the universe and on the astral, and then we go out in the woods and we leave it in nature, and we leave it for the wind to carry away, the animals to knock over, and it just naturally becomes a part of the earth. And that's how you're working kind of gets set into the universe. So as we go throughout, we're going to have that going on. We're going to package up all of these sea offerings. We've got a bunch of crab bits and pieces, including pinchers and a whole entire shell. We've got clams, mussels, cockle shells, sea brick, wood that I gathered from our wood pile for special reasons. In the back, we've got some seaweeds and dirts. Over here, we have my makeshift dehydrator, because we've been trying to save money as much as possible. And I don't really know how much a dehydrator costs to run, but if I run mine, it runs all of the time. So I thought I would try and dry things the way Joyce Jordan was telling me about at one point, and said, oh, I just put them on top of my fridge. And it really inspired me, because you're not sucking any more energy out of the earth than needs to be there. But if I hang this by Mom and Dad's fireplace, it's all warm and these dry out super quick. So we're going to go through that whole thing. Eggshells that I foraged from our kitchen. We eat a lot of eggs around here. I find them to be very satisfying for energy during the day. Yeah. And then we'll go through the entire dehydrator, what's in every level, and I'll talk about where I foraged it and what I use it for. And then this back tray here is just all of that Sea Witch foraging stuff. And Kitty, if you're here during the video and you see something that you're in love with from that Sea Witch foraging kit, you tell me and it's going to go right in your kit. So let me get to a couple of comments before we proceed with all of this, because we're going to be here a while. And oh, also you guys are gonna get to see, like, I just have so much storage of glass jars. We're gonna talk about how to make your own labels, how to get off the labels that just won't budge. We're gonna just talk about so many things. So I have the energy now that that damn doll is out of this room. Honestly, like, this whole day has been, from start to finish, a wild, crazy ride, but at the same time, I feel like I'm in control of the ride, and it's not carrying me to somewhere where I can't control it, if that makes any sense. Uncle Badger says I got one of my hemp oils open. It's only been 2 days. Oh, I don't understand, but you should explain. Kitty, did you see the video earlier? Is that why you're saying such a beautiful ritual? I'm excited. Oh no, Jenna, I'm just glad you're here now. Absolutely. So great to see everybody. And if you guys need to pop in and pop out, I'll still be here. It's hard to talk and read at the same time, but I think I do a pretty good job. It is a little bright, right? Okay, thank you. Like, I'm just only going to turn on the lamps if we need them. Thank you for that, Kitty. One day, I'm going to have a studio with, like, the most beautiful lighting. I'm manifesting it. Is that better? I'm just keeping on the one. Where are we at? You've got a load of jars too, Uncle Badger? Amethyst Moonstone, you love my space? Thank you. It literally took me like an hour and a half just to set up this video because I have a 2-bedroom house up in this loft studio. So I do my best, and it's kind of like that game Tetris where you have to move something and put it in and fit it and then move something, and yeah, crazy. Corn nuts are crazy. Jenna says, my partner brings me home feathers and rocks in the shapes of hearts. Do you know how magically powerful that is? That beautiful love intention, the foraging, the searching, just thinking of you the whole time. You're amazingly lucky. That's beautiful. Thank you for sharing that. I just love that. I love great big feathers too. Butterfly magic with hot tea. And speaking of that, why don't I just put on my hat for a little bit and show you some of my great big feathers. They are ostrich feathers. You'd watch a witchy room tour? Yeah. I should do one. I haven't done one in a long, long time, yeah? Let me get my hat. We'll put it on for a little bit. Just for a little bit, because I like never wear it, but it's so Elsa Mars and I love it, and it goes with my outfit today, so might as well. It's a Michael Howard 100% wool, made in the US of A. You can always tell a vintage hat by the label. You can just tell sometimes that it's an older label. Hey Sue Hennessy, lovely to see you. Brittany's here. Woohoo! Nice to see you. We're going to be on for hours. We've got a lot to do, and I tend to get distracted when I'm alone, so if I just put you guys live, I won't get distracted. It does have a chin strap. I forget if I use it or not. I don't think I do use it. I mean, it's alright. The chin strap. So yes, this is a gorgeous, gorgeous hat. I found it in Galveston, Texas. Sometimes I think it's pretty to wear like this, but mostly I like to do divination and kind of look through the feathers at the cards. Do you see how I can see through the feathers into what I'm looking at? I like to do that and look through those feathers and this beadwork into the cards, and peekaboo. I do love this hat. I don't wear it a ton because it's a bit difficult, but it's lovely. Alright, so let me get to what we're getting to. Where should we start, y'all? Where should we start? We set up the dragon's blood already in that burner. Can I smell it yet? No, but that tea light is going to take some time to warm everything up and get it melting and festering. All my hats I just put on mannequin heads. It works pretty well, you know, because what else are the mannequin heads doing? Not much. It is a gorgeous hat. Thanks, you guys. Yes, I like that you can hide your eyes in it too and just look through the actual, like, taxidermy of it. Really check in with that spirit. You have a peacock feather hat? Shush, that's amazing. I would love to see pictures of it. It is very mysterious. Yeah, I have peacock feathers too. I don't have a ton right now because I used most of the rest of them in that besom that I made. But I love it. Alright, so let's talk about... What do we talk about first? I guess we'll talk about the jars first and just like where I got them from. And also I want to state this. As you guys... And it starts here. Having an amazing pickle jar or an amazing pasta jar to work with starts with your hunger at the grocery store, okay? So as you are picking out your groceries at the market, look at the jars and think, could I use that? And then, like, for instance, I fell in love with this sauce. It's like a pasta sauce by this brand here. And what's it called? Butter onion. It's like amazing on lasagna, on pasta, on anything really. Like you could just eat it all by itself and it's great. On curries, like just rice, it's so good. And so I have a lot of these jars, which A, makes them really easy to stack upon one another and store. B, it's free if you're going to get that sauce anyway. But keep it in mind when you're at the grocery store. Like, here's, you know, have your craft be part of everything you do, especially if you're trying to save as much money as possible, and get the glass jars. And, you know, you can't just go to, like, Walmart or wherever and get jars shaped like this. I really do like this shape. And for the jars that you cannot scrape the label off, where you have a really hard time getting those labels off, and it's just too sticky, and then you're not happy with it. Like, I couldn't put herbs in this, but that's because I have issues with OCD, I suppose. But when you get a jar like this, where it's brilliant, it's got a big wide open mouth where you can get the stuff out, not something small like this where you can't put big stuff if you want to get it back out. And the label just won't come off, or you have trouble with it. Get out your titanium white, and love you, Bob Ross. And then just go ahead and paint where the label was, and you can draw a picture. You can, I write where I foraged the crossroad dirt and the date that I foraged it, so I know where it came from. And then I just like make a little picture with it. But most of those jars I can get clean. You just have to, like, for instance, if you have a really sticky jar, Dawn dish soap, you know, that blue liquid, Dawn dish soap. Really excellent for getting off adhesives that you otherwise wouldn't be able to do so well with. So all these jars, they need to go back into the Dawn dish soap. But look through your fridge and go, oh, that sauce is almost empty. Before somebody else throws it away, let me go ahead, use the rest, and clean out the bottle and use it for my craft. Now, there's not a lot of things that can fit inside of glass bottles besides liquids, oils, but these are excellent for your magical oils. They're excellent for your seawater, your rainwater, your moon water, etc. Because when you're in glass like that, the moon energies or the sun energies or whatever you're aiming at can shine through the glass. Now, what you want to remember is if you're not going to use it the next day or that day or something, you want to keep it in the dark. And the reason why is because if you made full moon water and you let the sunlight penetrate it, in my opinion, it lowers the energy of that moon because you're counteracting it with that sun energy. If you collect storm water, I also like to keep that in a dark space. So it doesn't have to be in a cupboard, but you can, like, if you have an old shirt you need to throw away and it has long sleeves, cut those sleeves up and use them as jar covers. I love to do that. I did a little video on that before. Or if you're at the thrift store and shirts are $1 each and they're long sleeve shirts or something, you can make some jar covers. It's pretty cool. What else do I have to say? Talk with each other, because like I say, this is behind the scenes. We're working, and I'm going to do my best to tell you what we're doing as we're doing it. Now, remember that as we go throughout this video, we are going to be filling this up with herbs, and doing a special working just based on intuition. And this is just a big old long piece of bark. And when I'm done filling it with herbs, I'm going to go out into my woods here on my property, and I'm going to leave it in nature for nature to rain on it, blow it away, for animals to kick it over, etc., for it to bind back with the earth and consecrate my working. I don't know if anybody else here right now is from Australia, but Rosie Darkstorm is from Australia. She's not here, but we have a few from the channel. We realized earlier we have so many from Ontario, Canada. Isn't that something? So let me just set you back up here, and we'll get to some work. So I think first we will talk about the Farmer's Almanac, and we'll read a little bit out of there for today and try and kind of like figure out together how to use it. This is new to me as well. I've heard about them for years. I'm sure they're great. I've just never actually used one. So in this book, there's a lot of different sections, but now I've flipped to March because we're here in March, and let's see what it has to say about today. What is today, y'all? The 6th? March 6th. And it also says at the top, March the 3rd, 2020. March hath, H-A-T-H, 31 days. And so today's the 7th. Nope, is today the 6th, y'all? Today's the 6th. So it's Friday the 6th. Do you know what day of the year it is? It'll tell you in here. It is the 66th day of the year. And that's something, if you're using number magic, could be really, really crucial and important. Or if you're using not magic or some kind of intuitive magic that has to do with numbers. So the day of the year is day 66. The day of the month is 6. Okay, so I'm just going to say it. We all heard it. When we look in here, it says 666. I know you can't focus, it's too tiny. That's not a number to fear. Like I was talking about laying in bed with menstrual cramps in the last video, it's something I think that cinema and film makes us shy away from and think is evil, but I find it powerful. The day of the week is Friday. The sun rose today at 6:10 a.m. And then it says the rise key is C, but I don't know what that means. The sun sets at 5:41 p.m. and right now I'm at 3:46 p.m. Okay. And the sky set is C. The length of the day today is 11 hours and 31 minutes. The sun fast is 5. I don't know what that means. The sun declination is 5s17. The high tide times in Boston it also has. Interesting. And then so it has a different set for over there. Alright, so when it talks about March 6th, Friday, on the second page it says that today is Ember Day. And it says March, many weathers, and then the tide times. And that's pretty much what we get for this. So, you guys, why would we need to know the tide times? Because we talked about why knowing the day of the year is cool. And how that adds to the day of the month. Oh, wow, that doll thing happened on... Okay. Alright, anyway. But knowing the time that the sun sets and rises is excellent. Because I do sunrise and sunset workings to make a change in something. When we do a working, we want to change something, right? Whether it be for the better or for, you know, to make something better or fix something that's worse. We want change to happen. And so that's why we want to know when the sun rises and sets, or why I want to know why the sun rises and sets. And then the tide times are important. Because when you go out to the sea and you forage, you're going to want to know what time you can go to the beach where the seawater is, you know, where you'll have plenty of space to forage while the tide's out. Yeah? So this is going to be a really handy tool with my sea witch foraging. And there's more to this book. There's a lot that goes into it, but I haven't explored it completely yet. It talks about the best times for fishing and gestation and mating tables and planting by the moon phase, table of measures, tidal glossary, you know, lots and lots and lots of things there. So let's figure out the best way to start. Let's start and go through and see what's in my dehydrator, yeah? Let's do that now. I think I'm going to need to get a stool. Okay, so what's in my dehydrator? Always a really fun question. This isn't in my dehydrator, but this came from my kitchen. This is about 3 weeks worth of eggshells. Most of them are doubled and tripled on the inside. They're tucked within each other. When I do my eggshells, my dad has an egg every morning. My mom usually has an egg every day. I have at least one every day, so that adds up over time. And, you know, sometimes we make potato salad, and sometimes we make deviled eggs or hard-boiled eggs for a snack. That's one of Lily's favorite things. So what I do is right when you crack the egg, I rinse it out right away. And you try to get that inner membrane away, because when you go and you take your mortar and pestle, and this is obviously a little too full, and you go to crunch them up into Cilia powder, or, you know, a protection mixture for protection sand, or anything that you use eggshells for. So many things: fertility, abundance, life. For a chicken egg, you could use it to represent abortion of life. Not in a morbid way, just in a energetic way. You can go ahead and take those membranes out of the inside, because if you go to grind them up, you're going to have these weird kind of like hairy, sticky little pieces that are there. And if you're able to wash out that membrane right away, it won't have that. And so then I dry them just on a little like towel. And once they dry, then I put them in an old eggshell crate, and I just keep piling them up until the crate is full, full, full. And then I take them down and add them into my jars and stuff. And then I'll show you what they look like once they're completely pulverized. No! If one jar tips over, it's like a domino effect, but luckily only 2 fell. So this is what white eggshells look like once they're in a mortar and pestle, and they're really quite dusty. If you're working with this, you might want to wear a dust mask of some sort, especially if you're pouring it from one container to another after they're mixed up. It gets really, really dusty. And so these are white eggshells, and these are brown eggshells, like brown organic, free range, all that jazz. And so these are both pulverized by hand with intention in my eggshell mortar and pestle. Okay. Next. So while we're on that note, why don't we just start adding to this beautiful little working that we're going to be doing, and why don't we add a little bit of eggshell. And I want to add the eggshell from the foraging, so I'm not even going to add that powdered bit. I'm going to add some that I just take and crush up myself with my hands, because we don't need to pulverize it if it's not going into some kind of like chalk or sand type of working. So I'm just going to take a clump from the top here. And with my fingers and with intention, I'm going to ask for protection because of what's been going on lately in my life. If you watched that last video, I could obviously use some cleansing and protection. So for the eggshells, I'm going to ask for protection. And I'll show you how I add it to this, which is just going to go out and lay in nature. Protect me from any evil that may come my way. Protect me and cleanse me from all evil that has been in my way. Protect me from all evil that has been in my way. Cleanse me and protect me from evil that comes my way. So we'll just start adding herbs kind of on each side all the way down both sides, and then tonight at sunset or tomorrow morning I'll go put it in the woods for nature to take care of it. And just let that be how the working is, what's the word? How the working gets set into the universe. I do think that's better. Okay, so next, let's talk about, we're going to talk about what's in the dehydrator, right? So we're just going to sit on the ground and talk about this stuff. Okay. So every single day, my dad eats one whole grapefruit every morning. Every single day. For at least a year, maybe a year and a half. I'd have to ask Peggy, but I know it's been at least that long. And I just want to show you what the grapefruit peels look like when one whole grapefruit is done. Right? Now, what I do is I take a very sharp knife and I fillet that pith out. Okay? The pith is the white stuff, the membrane on the inside that's quite bitter. Here's why I do that. Is because if you're going to use the skins in some sort of incense, that pith is not going to do you any favor smell-wise. Or if you soak it into a magical oil, it's not going to do you any favors from what I've experienced. Okay. So every single day I get so much. This wardrobe back here, about a quarter of it, maybe an eighth of it, is full of grapefruit skins. Because I just can't seem to let them go because the smell is just so hypnotic. In a medicinal aspect, I'm not a doctor, in a medicinal aspect, yes, if they're organic or you wash the pesticides off, it is okay for a bath soak. But if they're full of pesticides and they're not scrubbed off properly, it can give you a rash. I know this from experience. And we can't afford organic grapefruits, but we do our best to just scrub the outside the best that we can. That's why I avoid putting these grapefruits in a magical tea unless I know that I've labeled my jar organic grapefruit. Does that make sense? Here's some grapefruit skins that are 1 day old, and they start to shrink up, they start to curl up just on their own, and you're going to see them in different stages. Love putting citrus in my bath, especially the fruit itself when it's fresh and not dried, putting that in my hot bath, like, that's one of my favorite things. So let's start with the makeshift dehydrator, and then we'll go to the proper dehydrator. So yeah, if you guys can't stay the whole time, of course, this is going to be quite a long video, but just know that, you know, I'm happy to have you here, and I'm happy to show you what I'm up to, and I'm happy that you guys keep me going. So here, let's point you down to take a look at what we've got. So this is just one of them, not them, drying racks that you see. Like this, right? Kitchen drying rack, made of wire, lots of air gets through. This is what we keep by our wood stove down in the house. Now in the top here, I have onion and garlic skins, which are not necessary to dry unless a bit of the onion flesh itself or the onion itself is still attached to that skin. Now, did you know that disregarding onion skins is just like throwing away money in the magical world? So, sometimes if I'm at the grocery store and I see somebody picking through onions and pushing off those skins, I get excited. Especially if that person has lovely shoes on. I will go over there and pick up all the skins that people have disregarded and put them in my basket and pay for them, right? Because you're paying by the pound, whether it's for the skins or for the fruit. But I tell you what, the skins are just as important to me as the fruit is, or the vegetable, or whatever you want to call it, the bulb. Because it's like picking up money off of the ground. And then you take this onion skin, or the garlic skins, or the shallot skins, or the red onion skins, anything in that family, and you burn them, and riches will soon appear. Now, that's advice from Scott Cunningham, but it's always stuck with me. And I want to show you guys my onion blend. Which is here. And this is where I keep it. And it's, garlic, shallots, red onions, any kind of type of onion skins that I have. And I make a blend of all of them. And then, I sell this on my Etsy shop if you're interested. The link is in the description. But when my skins are dried, I just go ahead and I put them right over there and add them to that. And then I would burn them on a coal disc or throw them into an outdoor fire. That's my favorite, is to do it outdoors because it stinks really bad when you burn it. It doesn't hurt your nose, but it smells like a fast food restaurant who hasn't cleaned their grease trap or something. I don't know. Everybody's different with how they smell things, but that's always the vibration that I get from it. It's not super off-putting, but it's not great, and the smell will hang around your room for a while. So, garlic skins and onion skins are the bulk of that, and then shallots and red onion skins are the less of that. And so, I'm just taking those and crunching them up and adding them to my mix. And there's that. So we've got that one put away. That's where I store it. I really should get it in a jar, I know. There's just not enough hours in the day, y'all. Okay, so that was the first tier, and now the second tier, let's see what we've got. Like Johnny Cash Appleseed, it's Jenny Onion Skin. I fucking love that. Thanks, Uncle Badger. You always say the funniest things. Here's another thing that I just started collecting recently, like within the last 4 or 5 months. And we get tomatoes on the vine, okay? And when you get tomatoes on the vine, these skins have 5 points just like our stars, right? Just like our stars have 5 points. To me, this represents creation and protection. Now, when we have a vine full of these stars, we've got 5 fives. 1, 2, 3, 4. Most of them have 5. But we've got numbers. So then next, we've got grapevines. Let's think of the California raisins, y'all. It's kind of 80s, but here's another one. And this one has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fives. So, how does the song go? I heard it through the grapevine. Oh, thank you, darling. I appreciate it. I heard it through the grapevine, California sunshine. Ooh! Yeah. So, when we talk about grapevine, we're talking about gossip. We're talking about communication. We're talking about that connection between our communication. And so you could use this for quite a few things. Like literally, if you wanted to break communication with somebody, you could take a grapevine and snap it, pull it apart, and set it next to 2 poppets or next to 2 people's names on a piece of paper, or just use your heart. It doesn't have to be a working someone's already created. You can do it. However it resonates with you. if this grapevine thing doesn't resonate with you, then don't do it. But grapevine represents those things to me intuitively, and so I have so many grapes and grapevines and grapes on grapevines. That's another thing that my family just kind of always has. What else is down here? This will be funny. Just recently, I saw when I was trying these out that they reminded me of my eyeliner, which reminds me of horns, which is cool, because you guys know I love the deer. These are like avocado skins. Let me see if I can do it. Right? That's super fun. But no, in all seriousness, avocado skins are amazing for fertility workings, for pregnancy workings. Now, if it's good for fertility, you can also make it work for anti-fertility. Okay? Not to get too personal, but, and so I won't, but you could use this, your magical workings for self-healing. You could use it for birth control. You could use it for fertility abundance. You could use it for anything, but the avocado has that vibration of fertility attached to it. So, and when they're dry, they should sound like this. You want to get all of that green fruit off of the inside, but it's still going to vibrate that beautiful green energy. So green, what could we use that for? You can apply color magic to this as well. If the skin looks black to you, you can use this for banishing, for transmuting. If the green resonates with you, you can use it for money workings. But generally, avocado is amazing for fertility, beauty, and what was the last one, Scotty? I want to say image magic, but that would be too easy because beauty, fertility, and maybe cleansing. Yeah, but definitely beauty and fertility, the avocado. Oh, somebody was asking earlier today about self-care remedies, witchcraft self-care remedies. And I've also done, where I painted my face, which was funny, an avocado beauty mask for image and glamour magic. And so that's somewhere on my channel within the 1,000+ videos. So I've just got bunches and bunches of these, and these were all dried just by the fireside, which is really awesome because we've got the element of fire that's actually drying it out, and it's a fire that either myself or my mother or my father tended with their own hands. Hi, freshwater fairies, so lovely to see you. Inside of here, we also have a bunch of avocado pits, which is what I make my beauty mask out of. Do you guys know what a microplane is? It's something that will grate really small things like Parmesan cheese or avocado pits or lemon zest, that kind of thing. You can use a zester. You just go ahead and you take off the shell. And you're left with this beautiful pit underneath, okay? It might not look super beautiful, but that's just because the air got to it. Now you take this and you put it on your microplane and you add it in with avocado flesh. And you put that on your face and you rub it in with intention. This is both a medicinal and a magical. And that's what I've been trying to talk to you guys about, is adding the magical into the medicinal, and how simple and easy it is, but how so many people separate it. And there's nothing wrong with separating it for clarity, but just know that if that vibration is into the universe in one way, and so many people recognize and appreciate it, then it's going to also resonate that way if your intention is there too. So I like to add the magical and the medicinal together. But I've just got heaps and heaps of these avocado skins because Mom was nice enough to get me a bag of avocados from Costco. So we've got those. It takes forever to put my herbs away. I'm going to do as much as I can with you guys here on camera. But yeah, feeling up for some videos today, so why the heck not? The energy is good in here now. And then lastly in this little bucket. Hi, Mysterium Me, so nice to see you. Dragonfly Whisperer says I'm trying that Thanks, Jen. I have a few pits and avocados. Excellent. And a microplane is quite expensive, but perhaps you can find one at thrift. I think they're like $25 or whatever, but it really, really does. And if you want lemon zest for other things like cooking, and this is, again, this is something I wouldn't have in my witchcraft room unless I already had in my kitchen, yeah? Also, if you have a bunch of these pits saved and you shred them up and you don't need them, put them in a big old jar and put them in your freezer. I have some in my freezer. And then you can add the element of coolness. And so when, you know, that cool things really tighten the skin and all of that. So you could add it to the avocado flesh right from the freezer. And then it's just this beautiful exfoliant for the face. But as you're massaging it into your face, you're adding your intention. You're adding your image magic. You can add your glamour magic. Whatever you use or whatever you feel comfortable using, you know, add it in at that time when you're whatevering your skin. What is this called? I just said it. Okay, so next, from the makeshift dehydrator, because we're all trying to save money around here, are the rest of the grapefruit skins. Now, some of them you cannot pry the pith out because it's too thin, or you don't have a sharp enough knife or whatever, but most of them I'm able to cut down right to the skin, and this is what I'll use in my magical teas or my magical oils or aromatherapy, things like that. I can smell the dragon's blood now. What did it take? Oh, I don't know, 40 minutes. We're already an hour in, y'all. That's good. So I just have an abundance, an absolute abundance of these grapefruit skins, which I use for health workings because my father eats one every morning, and as you guys know, he's very ill, and I think it really helps take care of him while he's sick. And so these are also precious to me. Me and my mom don't eat grapefruits. They're just from Dad. So my dad's ingested every single one of these. So you can add in whatever intention into it you like. But I think it's really beautiful and really cool to do that aspect of who's eating it and why, and add that in on a magical medicinal level, right? Okay. So let's just put these things back in here. Or we could jar up. I don't know if we should jar up as we go, or if we should... Okay, we're supposed to jar up as we go. So here we go. We have 4 things to jar up. We're going to jar up this magical onion skin blend that has garlic, red onions, white onions, and shallots. We're going to jar up these tomato vines, which are for protection and creation and whatever you want to use them for. These grapevines, which are good for communication, breaking communication, gossip removal, etc. We're going to jar up the avocado pits, the avocado skins, and the grapefruit skins. So now you can watch me get some jars. Here's my jar selection. And then after we jar those up, we'll go through the dehydrator. This certainly could be a 15-hour live, but I'm not going to let it be that because that would just be too much. What is that? Bark. Get out of here, bark. There we go. So, I don't know, the onion skins probably need to go in a pretty big jar. Let's put them in here. No? Okay. We're going to put them in here. Oh, they're so messy. Onion skins just fly everywhere. Oh, these little bits at the bottom of your garlic and onions, where the roots have been, those are really good for grounding, consecrating things. This is just real life, y'all. I know that this video might get a little boring, but at least you have each other to talk to. And I will see all of your comments later. I cannot wait to lay in bed when I'm all done with my day and read my live streams back and see what you guys said. Of course, I see some things in between, but I really get excited later on. And if you could smell this, you would know that smell I'm talking about. When you burn it, it gets even stronger. That, like, weird fast food burger smell. Get all your sigils off of there, you know, make sure there's no stickers hanging around. Or at least before you burn them. So my Etsy shop is down below if you guys need any kind of these, like, onion blends or magical teas or incense blends for any intention. I need like a, where's my, there it is. Really does smell like an onion in here. And that is full. Okay. So here you can see all the different blends of onion skins that are in there. Garlic, red onion, yellow onion, white onion, and shallot. Okay, so there's one. One and done. Now let's find a jar for the avocado skins. There are lots of things I already have jars for, but I probably only have a little bit left in the jar. Like, I know I have a little jar of avocado skins, but it's deep within this, and I don't even use Wi-Fi. So here we are. Avocado skins, I got those in a jar, and there's room for more that are to come. Excellent. What else do we have? So I got 2 jars to put the grapefruit skins into. Pickle jars, and it takes a while to get the pickle smell out of it. If you can't get the pickle smell out, like, it's not the end of the world. You know, it just smells like dill and garlic. If that's not a big deal to you, then it's not a big deal to me. But smells from jars that I harvest from my kitchen that don't smell good. Like, my mom gets this, like, liquid cheese stuff, and if she doesn't wash out the jar good enough, like, I can't use the jar because it just reeks of, like, I guess processed stuff, but it's just up to you and what you like. So I have a nice big pickle jar that I'm going to put these grapefruit skins in every day. And then next we're going to go through what's in the dehydrator, and we're going to jar that up. So these I've been drying by the fireplace. Lovely natural fire energy connected to them. Warmth. Not only the health issue, okay, but that fireplace that dried these grapefruits that are good for mother's health have also warmed the house and kept him, myself, and my mother warm. I think that that's amazingly beautiful. So, doesn't matter what Scott Cunningham or any other book says about what grapefruit does. I mean, it does matter. But how did you use it? What did it mean to you when you ingested it or a family member used it? Was this some food that you cooked out of love for a loved one. Like, all of these things are beautiful. There's this little part in the show Friends where Ross tells Rachel, because she returns gifts, "You have no sentiment," and she says, "You don't think I have sentiment? I have eggshells from the first time you cooked me breakfast, and I have a movie stub from the first time our first date." That's the kind of thing I'm talking about, this, like, sentiment energy. Very, very beautiful. Okay, so generally I do like to keep the grapefruits separate, the ones that I have whole, into these type of shells, because just like what we're doing behind me with the eggshells, you can put herbal workings right in these little peels that you get and that you dry from your grapefruit, and you can go ahead and you can set them out in nature because they're like little bowls. I do this with watermelon skins. I do it with passion fruit skins. That's one of my favorites. I'm going to separate those two, and then we'll get them in their separate jars. But you want to make sure they're completely dry, because one bad apple can ruin the whole bunch. It's true. One bad apple can ruin the whole bunch. Or what do they say? Bad banana? I don't know. What do they say? At some point I want to get a set, like they make aromatherapy oil chemistry sets. Not a chemistry set, but it's like all the glass and jars and bubbles and everything, so that you can make your own essential oils. That's something I easily do with grapefruit because I have so much of it. It smells so good right now. And since they're so dry, you can just go ahead and smush them in there. They're just going to break up and give you more room. And then now that this is empty, I can hang it back by the fireplace and start doing more dryings in there. And it's absolutely free, and it's using elements that are absolutely beautiful. See how dirty? You know, that's why I wipe my hands, because it doesn't matter. Okay. It's kind of like a mortar and pestle, your driftwood stick or whatever you use, just making more room in there. There's a lot of air in there, and I don't like wasted space. I have too many herbs and not enough space. And you just watch, we've created almost half as much new space there. Yeah, it is very Witch of the Woods. Thanks, Kitty Kitty. I don't have Wi-Fi, and I'm out in the middle of the woods, so I do the best I can. Ah, the stick smells amazing now, by the way. Okay, so let's get the last little bits of these in there. If you guys want Scott Cunningham's information on any herb that I'm doing, just let me know and I'll pull my book out. If you want I'm going to give you my intuitive as we go throughout the ingredients, but if you want to hear Scotty's magical version, I sure will tell you. Okay, let's get these in here. And now we've made room for more. All right. And so this is the grapefruit skins that I've acquired within, what, 2 weeks? Maybe less. He eats a grapefruit every day. There's a lot to be had skin-wise. So next, dust this shit off. Next, let's find a jar to put the... I know I have a grapevine jar. Where is it? It's too hard to find. Let's just use this one. Alright, so we use this jar for grapevine. I think this was like a little pasta sauce jar. Doesn't smell like anything. We did a good job cleaning it out. And so again, for the grapevine, it's that communication. And if you want to cut ties with somebody, if you want to end communication, if you want to stop gossip. For stopping gossip, I actually dry the grapes on the vine, which you'll see when we go through the dehydrator, and I'll tell you how I use them that way. But when I use just grapevine, that's what I'm using to take it and snap it and break the communication. Okay, so we're just going to put those into a jar that's about as tall as the vines themselves. Trying not to break the length of them. Okay, so now we've got our grapevines in there. Now, okay, these things I don't have to label because you could just look through the jar. But I do label catnip between mint unless you smelled it. And you don't want to always open every jar and smell it to see what's inside. So some jars I do label, but the jars that don't need labeling because you can see right through them, I just, skip it. Now let's find a jar for these beautiful tomato grown on the vine Star of Creation clusters. This won't work good. So I'm able to see that when I go into it, but again, if you guys aren't super familiar with your herbs, then you probably won't want to label everything until you do get more familiar with it. And the last thing from this little bunch we have to bottle up are these avocado pits, which, as you know, well, let's just talk about the ritual energy of people oftentimes grow avocado plants right from the pits in their kitchen. So you could use these for growth, you could use these for creation, you could use them for abundance, you can use them for beauty, and beauty is an energy that's already attached to it magically, as well as fertility. So again, the seed is like the egg, and it definitely represents growth and fertility and abundance. So let's find a little jar to put those into. I like this one. So this is one that's that sauce that I love, and again, when you're shopping at the grocery store, pay attention to the jars you're purchasing and make that part of your witchcraft when you go and purchase in the store, because, add it to everything we do and get some free items. And on that track, I have to say, baby food jars, if anybody's trying to get rid of any little Gerber baby food jars or any kind of baby food jars, Earth's Best, please do send them my way if you want to. Because I have no reason to get baby food otherwise than to purchase the jars, and they're like 60 cents of food, so, you know, whatever. But I love teeny tiny small jars because it's a big space saver for me. Okay, so what do we have to do next? Go through the dehydrator. Okay. I wanted to add more to this working as well. Let's add some grapefruit skins to this little working that we're doing here on the couch for health and protection and vitality. And the reason why we're adding it with that intention is because my father eats these every day for life vitality and for health and to keep moving. So let's add a little bit of this to this working that I'm doing as we jar up our ingredients here on this beautiful piece of bark that nature gave me as a letting. And we're just going to keep adding herbs as we go through the video. We have the eggshells there. And as you break them up, really add your intention into there. For health, for protection, for vitality. 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 And so when we're done with this again, we're going to set it in nature and just let everything blow away. Haha, Uncle Badger, I'm sure that you guys have teeny tiny things in teeny tiny jars over there. I just absolutely love that. Teeny tiny jars. I'll show you my cutest teeny tiny jars that I've got. And basically, I think I know what came in here. This one was a jam or preserve, this teeny tiny jar. And then this one was holding marijuana, which is legal here. Teeny tiny jars. I love them. So good. Okay, so next we're going to go through the dehydrator. And let's see what's inside of there. And I think we need to move the working over here. Right next to that light. Yeah, I like that a lot better. Okay. Because then when I sit down on the couch. And now, again, my Etsy shop is in the description below. If you guys want a working that I put together for you and set out in my forest for the wind and nature to take it away and activate it, please do let me know. These pieces of bark just were laying in the woods, and I thought they were too beautiful not to take advantage of. I do see beauty in everything. Okay, so level 1. We've got a grapefruit skin that's holding some blueberries that I dried. So we're going to package up these blueberries. If I run into an herb that you want me to run the meaning of, put it in big cap locks so I can hopefully see it in the chat. Kitty knows these. I started drying these for her because when you get really close, it's a dead flower. You could use these in a death oil, but they look like little moths or butterflies when you get very, very, very close. It's just almost the skeleton of the plant left. So I have those. I have some celery tops, which I was telling you are so good in magical teas, the taste, especially like a savory one, but it's okay in a fruit one as well. I have grapes in 3 stages. So I have grapes that are drying on the vine, and let's talk about what we use these for, which is gossip removal. And so if somebody is talking poorly about you, or you have a troll on your channel, or you have some social media problem, something like that, you take the grapes that are dried right on the vine, and I have so much of this that I can sell for my Etsy shop. You take the grapes that are dried on the vine, and you pluck them one by one. As you pluck them, you visualize that communication breaking, their mouth stopping the yabbering. It's a shut up working in itself. I call it a gossip removal working, because the grapevine represents that vein of communication, aka whatever avenue they're using, whether it be their mouth, their fingers for typing, etc. And when you pull those off of the vine, you're breaking that communication. And then next I have some grapes that are not fully dried, but they're in the process. They're on their way. And then some that are just barely dry. And they just kind of start to shrivel. And you can dry these in the clean air next to your fireplace if you like, but I find best in the dehydrator because then it doesn't take forever, and also it doesn't have a chance to mold, and the whole entire fruit gets dried. And so that is level 1 of what's in the dehydrator. Let's look at level 2. Level 2 and 3 are just more of these whole grapefruit skins that I like to do workings right inside of and set them out in nature. They look like little boats, or just little holders like I have with this piece of wood over here, okay? So that's these 2 levels. And you know what? I can't remember anything about blueberries, but I could use them for blue and color magic, and blue and color magic really resonates that motherly energy to me. So what I'm going to do is add some blueberries to this working right back here and ask that the blueberries give me a loving motherly energy from Goddess to protect me. So we're taking these blueberries that we dried out, and I will be adding 3. Right there. Motherly, protective energy. Boom. Done. Perfect. And, as you guys know, lately my channel was having some trouble with little trolls, and so I'm going to put 4 grapes in that working and say, keep the gossip away. Keep the gossip away. And so as we add to it, we just have this big plate of ingredients that I'm packaging up on the sledding from the earth, and then we're going to add it back to the earth. Okay, next we have some parsley that started to go a little bit weird in the fridge, like we can never use it quick enough for the whole bunch. So beautiful parsley. Parsley is amazing for warding evil. And do you know why parsley comes on a plate at a restaurant? It's old school, old wives' tale witchcraft. Having parsley on a plate is warding your food from any evil. That's absolutely kitchen magic. That's absolutely blessing your food with intention. And I think that that's amazing. So we have a bunch of this just like dried parsley. We have another one of these tomato vines. So I'll add that to the jar. And then we have a whole dried banana. I've done many, many videos on banana. It's dried in the skin. The fruit's actually in there too. You could use this in fertility workings because it is a phallic object. You could use it in anti-fertility workings, maybe put some pins in it. You could use it in protection from sexual assault. You could use it in slipping someone up. Normally I use just a banana peel to slip one up. But yeah, I did a whole big giant video on bananas and witchcraft, and just search that under Jen the Taxidermy Witch and you'll find that video. So next, let's talk about these oranges. So sometimes we get fruit or vegetables or whatever on sale or in a bag, and we don't have enough time to finish the whole thing before it starts to get a little bit squishy. Okay. When you dry them out for magics, it doesn't matter if they get a little bit squishy. Still smell absolutely amazing. I have orange peels here from when we peeled oranges and eaten the whole thing, but this orange that you can see here is just one that was starting to expire, and so I took the time then to go ahead and cut it up and make it into something that I could use rather than it going to waste, yeah? And then next we've got lemons, which came from the same exact thing. Got a bag of lemons. The last 2 or 3 started to get a little bit squishy. And then, you know, lemon peels on the side of your plate. These are things, literally, you guys, that would be otherwise garbage. And I promise you that magic appreciates this, and the earth and the goddess and whatever you're working with appreciates this more than it does something that, and I'm not trying to hurt anybody's feelings, but more than something somebody just purchased lemon peel from the store for the magics. If you're able to forage from what you have, that energy is beautiful to the earth, in my opinion. So, and it's real funny because lemons, they dry black. They're very, very pretty. I use these lemon wheels, as I call them. I might use them because they do look like a wheel of a vehicle. I might use them for motion, for movement, for getting from one place to another, for anything that has to do with movement, transition, etc. The peels are great for many things. A whole lemon in general is great for absorbing negativity. Again, if we fall into any herbs that you want me to read the magical intentions from, I will do that. You just have to say, put it in caps locks, and the moderator will help me make sure I see it. And that's it, and that's the bottom of the dehydrator. So what's a dehydrator? It's kind of, there's a goth band called Black Lemon. Really? You will have to send me some videos because I would absolutely love that. So the dehydrator is just this like coil that gets heated at the bottom and stays warm, and then dries things out using air and heat. And that's why when Joyce Jordan told me about drying things on the top of her fridge, it made a lot of sense because the refrigerator has that constant air and it also has that warm element to it. So Joyce Jordan, I just want to tell you that you really did inspire me to believe that this could be completely true. And I think that we all inspire each other every day with our ideas, and that's why I'm here, you know? All right. So, we're going to start to jar these things up. I know that that might be kind of boring. But it's what I need to do, and I just figured I would do it live, so that's what we're here doing. Probably in 10, 12 minutes, we'll be done packing this up. We'll be able to move on to the next thing. So if you all have stuff to do, please feel free. You can go. But it's always nice to have you here. I added blueberries, I added grapes. What am I going to add this for? I think I want to add these things that I foraged for Kitty. What they are is hydrangea blossoms that have dried into this like exoskeleton. And I'm not able to get a super good picture of that, but it's transparent. I can see the inside. There are veins that I can see. It's beauty and death. So I'm going to add these to my working back here. For something I didn't mention yet, which is astral travel. They look like little butterflies or little moths, so I'm going to add it to this so that it will heighten my own opening of my third eye and my astral travel and my psychic abilities. Okay? Heightening psychic abilities and astral travel. Really saying that as you lay it down onto the working. Oh, I squished a grape on the floor. That's gross. It was one of the ones that weren't done yet. That's alright. I've got a garbage. Okay, so let's jar those up. Let's jar them up. I think that this jar will work pretty well. Just a basic little jelly jar. I got them in bulk from Walmart one time. Reuse these jars. I probably got them 2-3 years ago, and I've reused them tens of 20s of times. Also, my mother grows these hydrangeas, and she just adores them. So you could use these for some adoration, some self-love. And I did want to talk to you guys about that because I was just talking to Darkpool about it. When you come to a point in your life where you can truly look at yourself in the mirror and love every part of yourself for all the greatness, all the faults, all the imagery, and you can see your own goodness and your own soul shine through your eyes. It doesn't matter if you're poor, that's going to be the best time of your life. And that's what I've experienced so far. Yeah, let's read about Scotty's hydrangeas. I know I did a video on it, but let's just read about it. Absolutely. Good one, Kitty Kitty. Oh, I actually know. I don't ever remember squat, but I do remember hex breaking. Let's see if I'm right. I think it's good for one thing, and it's hex breaking. Ha! I was right. Yes. Okay, so here we go. Hydrangea. Folk name, 7 barks. Powers, 1. Hex breaking. Magical uses. Use the bark of the hydrangea to unhex by carrying, scattering around the home, or burning. Now, what I do in the spring and summertime is my mom's house is surrounded by hydrangea bushes. It's really cool because, like, wow, how powerful is that? No hexes can come into this house. But she just does it because she loves and adores them. What I do in the springtime is I crawl under the bushes because there's like 2 feet until the bush starts. And I crawl under there and I go under there for bark that's a letting. And what I mean by a letting is I didn't have to hurt the plant. It just dropped its own stuff. I remember one time my daughter saw me under there and I was just like... you could just see my butt and my feet, and my head was like under the plant, and she's like, "Mom, yeah, I'll be right out." It was the best. It was so flippin' fantastic. So, and this is what I'm talking about. I cannot memorize everything in this book. I wish to high heaven I could, but I'm also really grateful that only certain things stick with me, and so, Kitty, thank you for bringing that up. And you guys, as we go through things, it's so easy for me to look these things up. Also, it doesn't have to be something that's on our list. If you are wondering if there's a magical herb with an intention, I'll do it for you right now. I want to keep you guys entertained while we're also putting stuff away and just having some lovely chit-chat. It's my favorite, and I need you guys. So, Thomas, you need to write a cocktail book, please. I will buy a signed copy, please. Yes, please. I bartended for years, but I've never been like, you know, a mixology master or anything like that. I've tried my hands at many things. Magic works. It's the only reason I haven't given it up. I've had so many hobbies in my lifetime I went full force on and was like, I'm all about this, and then I like tapered off and did something else. Yeah. Magic is not that. If it didn't work, I would have quit doing it a long time ago. Okay, so we've got 6 things jarred up now. That's not great, but it's pretty good. Let's get these blueberries in something. And you'll come to a point where you'll be like, this this jar is too small, this jar is too big. Well, okay, you're probably going to get more, so you might well just like use the bigger jar, yeah? Again, why I need baby food jars. Please, people with babies, send me your baby's food jars, because that's like also the jar itself is going to be representative of nourishing new life. So a baby jar in general is representative of nourishing new life. So you could do a working for a baby inside of a jar, or a working for a pregnancy inside of a jar, something like that. Is this making sense? So here's our blueberries. And I'm having fun. Are you guys having fun? I'm having fun. I guess that's the whole point, right? I know I have a jar for grapes. Where is it? There it is. Fucking knew it. Oh, bummer. Everything is so far back here. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Okay, so that one's RTG. Where's your other one, Jennifer? Quick. Quicker. Well, that's a bummer. Okay, so the grapes on the vine, again, we use these for gossip removal workings. We've got loads of grapes that are just dried right on the vine, for plucking those off to get people to stop talking bad things about you. It works. And there's only a couple that are ready. The rest need to go back in the dehydrator. Because if you, again, it's going to be a bad banana if you get it in there and it's not ready. You don't want to spoil the whole bunch. So the rest of those grapes need to go back in the dehydrator. And now we've got lemons and oranges and grapefruits and parsley. Get that all jarred up. Be lovely. Yeah, so somebody think of something I can read when I get back. I will be back very soon. Just pick an herb. Yeah, I do have a Drunken Botanist book. I sure do. I'll get that as well while I'm out. Oh, it is. Where did that smoker go? Oh, there it is. Okay. Alright, Katie, I'll get that book for you, darling. Yo, bud. Thank you. It's alright. Come on, I'm gonna get a book. The Drunken Botanist. Kitty is talking about this book by Amy Stewart. Amazing. The plants that create the world's great drinks. So, was there something in particular you wanted to see in here, Kitty? I didn't read about it yet. Let me see if I can go back. I see you guys talking about it, though. I was actually talking with a witch yesterday, and people were calling her an alcoholic for having 2 ciders, which was unfair. She was quite upset by it, and rightfully so. Yeah. I'm not going to put labels on anybody, but 2 ciders? So if there's something you want to hear from here, do let me know. We have corn, we have rye, we have wormwood, we have barley, we have so many things in here. Apple, black currant, spruce, pine, Douglas fir, rose, you know, so many good ideas. Elderflower. There's the wormwood. We'll just leave it open to wormwood, but whatever you guys want to hear while we're doing this stuff up, it's just fun to hang out with you while I take care of my herbs. 2 ciders, huh? Cheers, lady, because you're not an alcoholic, I promise. Yeah, that makes me a little bit upset when people judge. People don't know other people's lives and what they go through every day and what they experience spiritually and physically and empathetically, and so that's kind of lame. So for the lemons, I think that we're going to be able to fit them all into one of these. And let me just show you, because I've been waiting to use this jar. So we have this jar, which is cleaned. And this is my favorite blue cheese dressing in the world, which is this. The Lighthouse Chunky Blue Cheese. Really good. It's in the refrigerator section of the grocery store. Big deal. But the reason I'm showing this to you is, again, find your favorite pasta sauce with a jar you like. Big, open, wide mouth. Find your favorite dressing, your favorite whatever, because when it comes to bottles that are cool because they're glass, but you think about how am I going to get the stuff in and out, you know. So I just want to show you guys how I peel off the label. Sometimes you're going to have those paper labels which just don't peel off well, but I wanted to peel this one off with you guys. Just get the edge there. And that's it, you know. It's a little sticky, but guess what? It's not going to fall out of your hand. I don't know what else to say about it. That comment makes me sad, Uncle Badger. Not you, like just in general. So all of these beautiful, lovely lemons I'm going to put in there. God, they smell great. And if you're able to get a dehydrator that dehydrates at 90 degrees or below, which this one does not, but my white ones do, you're going to be able to keep the integrity of the ingredients because you're not cooking out the vitamins. And that, again, is like a medicinal, magical aspect that I respect. And I don't like to break the wheels, but I will be able to fit everything in this, so that's good. Because I keep the wheels for oils. So like if you have these beautiful lemon wheels, it's or orange or lime or whatever, it's amazing to put those right into your jars of magical oil so that you can see them coming through. And also you get the skin and the fruit and all of that resonating through the oil. It's really beautiful. And so look, we just did it kind of perfect. We topped it off. And again, for me, this doesn't need a label, but if you guys are hesitant, just like write it on the bottom, whatever you want, on the top, on the side. But get a label on there if you're not going to remember it later. It doesn't make me mad. I don't get mad about much, but sometimes people that don't understand other people's trials and tribulations just can't talk about it. Like, you just have no right talking about it. You know, experience some of the stuff we've been through and then talk about it, you know. And tell me you wouldn't want 2 ciders every day. Ooh, rose, right? So maybe we should look into the rose. Let's talk about rose on a magical level first from Scott Cunningham's Encyclopedia of Magical Herbs. And then let's talk about rose from the Drunken Botanist. So rose, from Encyclopedia, is feminine. I think most of us would guess that. And it resonates into this universe because women get roses, don't they? How many times in this lifetime have I given men roses? Loads of times. Men and women. Men and women I loved as friends or loved as partners. JR taught me that it is one of the most magical herbal vibrations on this universe, and I absolutely believe that. So it is feminine energy. The planet is Venus. The element is water. The deities are Hathor, Hudla, Eros, Cupid, of course Cupid, right? Demeter, Isis, Adonis, Harpocrates, and Aurora. The powers, there are many. Love, psychic powers, healing, love divination, luck and protection. Magical uses. Rose have been used in love mixtures owing to the flower's associations with the emotions. A chaplet of roses worn when performing love spells, remove the thorns, or a single rose in a vase on the altar is powerful love magic aids. Rose water distilled from the petals is added to love baths. Rose hips, the seed pods, rose hips, the fruit of the rose, are strung and worn as love-attracting beads. Oh, I love that. A tea of rosebuds drunk before sleep induces prophetic dreams. To discover their romantic future, women used to take the green rose leaves, I have rose leaves totally separate in my herbal cabinet, and name each for one of their lovers. One of their lovers. I love that. It's good shit. The one that stayed green the longest answered the question of which one. Why do you have to pick? Rose petals and hips are also used in healing spells and mixtures, and a rose water saturated cloth laid on the temples will relieve a headache. That is good to know. I always have rose water on hand. Rose petals sprinkled around the house calm personal stress and household upheavals. Rose planted in the garden attracts fairies and are said to grow best when stolen. That's crazy. I don't know how I feel about that magical energy, but there it is. Thank you, Scotty. Bless you, our Father. All right, where was Rose? Oh, there was grapefruit. Thomas, you asked for a long live stream. Here we go, bud. Right? Okay. We are in the Drunken Botanist, and we are talking about Rose because Kitty requested it, and because Thomas was talking about being a master mixologist, which is amazing. Okay, so Rose. Red roses do strengthen the heart, the stomach, and the liver, and the retentive faculty, excuse me. They mitigate the pains that arise from the heart, assuage inflammations, procure rest and sleep, and stay both white and reds in women. So the red blood cells, I'm guessing. The gonorrhea... I have to to reread this sentence because we went from blood cells to gonorrhea. Hold on. Alright. I hope other people are laughing, not just me. We're just going to start over and I'm going to talk slower. Red roses do strengthen the heart, the stomach, and the liver, and retentive faculty. They mitigate the pains that arise from the heart, from the heat, assuage inflammations, procure rest and sleep, stay both whites and reds in women, the gonorrhea or running of the reins and fluxes of the belly. The juice of them doth purge and cleanse the body from choler and phlegm. So proclaimed Nicholas Culper in his 1652 medicinal manual. Okay, there we go. The English physician. He prescribed rose wines, rose cordials, and rose syrups for a long list of alarming ailments. Roses are ancient plants that first appeared in the fossil record about 40 million years ago. The fragrant rose gardens we know today have traveled to Europe from China and the Near East in the last few thousand years. The most popular rose for liquors, the fragrant damask rose, that comes from Syria, Syria, where it was being distilled for perfume. European botanists brought it into cultivation as the garden rose and to use their strange medicinal preparations, but the Middle East remained the center of the rose perfume and rose water production. Damask roses, with romantic names like Comet de Chambord and Panche de Lion, tend to lush, round, and open the highly fragrant flowers with tightly packed petals in shades of pink, rose, and white. Cabbage roses were developed by Dutch botanists in the 17th century for their strong fragrance. The light pink Flatin Latour is one of the best-known varieties of perfumed cabbage roses. Most early recipes of for rose petal liqueurs, like Culperters, called for a maceration of aromatic petals, sugar, and fruit in beauty. Rosewater, the watery part of the stem, the watery part of the steam dissolution of the rose petals. So what that's talking about is what I want to do is a steam dissolution for my aromatherapy herbs. When I was talking earlier about making grapefruit aromatherapy oils and essential oils, you can do this with rose petals. It just, it's good to know that the reason why you pay so much for a teeny tiny bottle of Rose Absolute, and if it's not called Rose Absolute and it's not over $70, it's not pure. For a teeny tiny 2 milliliter, the last time I purchased one, which was like 9 years ago, it was $75 for an organic little teeny tiny bottle. It's because every single one drop takes about 150, 200 petals. So let's keep going where we were there. And a few high-quality rose petal liqueurs are produced in Europe and the United States, including the French distillery Milko's Fine Liquor of macerated rose petals and Crispin's Rose Liqueur, made with an apple spirit based in Northern California. The Bolse liquor Parfait Amour claims rose petals as one of its ingredients, along with violets, orange peel, almond, and vanilla. That sounds lovely. Hendrick's Gin includes a damask rose essence added after the distillation process, along with cucumber. Cucumber and rose, yum. Along with cucumber to give it a garden bouquet. As a much less showy species, the elegance or sweet briar rose is grown not for its flower but for its fruit, called rose hips, which we just showed earlier. Rose hips. that remain after the petals have dropped off the plant, and that's exactly how I found it. It was a dead plant with rose hips. Rose hips are a good source of vitamin C, amazing source of vitamin C, you guys. And have been syrups, jams, and wine. An elegante eau de vie is made by a few distillers in Alsace, and a Hungarian brandy called Palinka is made from them. Rosehip schnapps, schnapps, and liqueurs also turn up. For instance, the Chicago distillery Kolvac makes a rosehip liqueur. Amazing. Now remember, you guys, this book is not a witchcraft book necessarily, but also, how is it not? It's teaching us things about herbalism, about spirits, and when we work with witchcraft, working with spirits, in my experience, is a highly productive routine. It really depends on the person. We're going to bottle up these oranges, and I hope you guys enjoyed hearing about roses and such and such and such. I gotta catch up and get to the chat. Don't worry, I will read every single one of these comments later. I'm so excited for when my day is done to lay in bed and see what you guys said. Tequila and peyote? Stop! You're killing me! Kitty says, we went from chamomile to DMT real fast. You know, that's not a bad thing, and I'm not promoting drug use at all, but I've been there, done that. There's a time and a place. It's not every day, but it's a good time and a good place usually. No, I don't promote anybody do any of those things unless they feel spiritually drawn to them. Okay, so I think I'm going to use this old, excuse me, Otis, this old jelly jar. I think it's just a Schmucker's jelly jar with a little red gingham on the top. And I'm going to put these oranges inside of that. Now these are cool if you can get the whole thing in, but obviously I can't, so I gotta switch a jar. And that's gonna happen, y'all. If you don't want to break your orange wheel, don't shove it in the jar. Just find a new jar and have a big collection of jars that are cleaned out, ready to go. Right, Otis? Totally. I knew you'd know. There we go. There's a bigger mouse. Whoop. Yeah. You can just literally pile those up, you know. Find your... Yeah, Otis agrees. Otis, at least Kitty loves you. Kitty. Hey, Kitty. Did you like that little thing I sent in your oracle deck? That little, like, note that said, Kitty. I thought that was the cutest ever. Now, listen. This jar's too big for what I have in it, but I add oranges all the time, and it's going to be big enough to take the whole orange wheel. That's what she said. That was a good one. Okay. Moving along. We've got parsley and a whole banana. That whole banana is actually not fully dried yet. It's still a little bit squishy. So I'm going to put that back in the dehydrator. We are going to bundle up this parsley, though. What did I say parsley was good for, y'all? Do you remember? And I do think that we should read a little bit of it out of Cunningham's Magical Herbs. Do you remember what parsley was good for? Kitty, it's part of your Herbal Pinup Oracle deck. I know I got parsley in there. Found it. Come here, buddy. We love you. No, don't jump up on that. Okay, so let's, since we talked about roses and we all, like, laughed as a family with that, I do want to put one of these saltwater rose hips on the working. I think that these are super special. Oh, you don't fail the test. If you don't remember, it's totally fine. But I want to put one of these saltwater roses, these rose hips, right on that working and have it be part of this. And so what I'm going to ask from this, since the rose hips are a fruit, I'm going to ask that it makes my life fruitful. I don't have to take any magical intentions from it. Of course I want love in my life, but I already have loads of love in my life. I want my life to be fruitful and abundant, and so that's what I'm asking from these rose hips. Otis, you need to calm down. See, and we're going to take this whole beautiful bark plate and put it out into nature. It's going to be beautiful. Okay, so now we're going to just talk about parsley real quick from Cunningham's Magical Herbs, and then we're going to bottle it up. And we're just going to put it in one of these super common, everybody throws them away, Starbucks bottles, yeah? They're like for frappuccinos or whatever. So parsley, the one thing that always resonates with me is that it wards away evil. And that especially connected to food, so that's why we always see it on the plates. When you see a piece of parsley on a plate, it's supposed to cleanse everything on there of evil before you ingest it into your body. So here we go. Scott Cunningham says, parsley, the folk names are devil's oatmeal, parsley, parcel, petersil, petroleucinissum, and rock parsley. The gender? Does anyone want to guess the gender? Dark pool, stop. I'm just being myself, and if I look gorgeous, which I know this sounds vain, but I agree. Like, when I'm happy, I am a gorgeous person, and I resonate that through my soul and out my skin. So thank you. You were gorgeous as well. Now I can't remember what I was talking about. Damn it, lady. Alright, the gender of parsley, Otis, stop, is masculine. Okay? And maybe how could you remember that? Because, like, I don't know, I do word association, so perhaps we said, since it wards away evil and it's like a big, strong man, it's masculine. You know, it wards away evil. Who knows? Whatever you want to call it. So the gender is masculine, the planet is Mercury, the element is air, the deities, Persephone, Kitty, isn't that your deity, Persephone? Awesome. Numbers are lust, protection, and purification. Magical uses. When eaten, parsley provokes lust and promotes fertility, but if you are in love, don't cut parsley. You'll cut your love as well. So you want to do a working to break some love apart? Cut up some parsley. That's what I get out of that. Though the plant has associations with death and is often regarded as evil, the Romans tucked a sprig of parsley into their togas every morning for protection. It is also placed on plates of food to guard it from contamination of evil spirits. Parsley is also used in purification baths and those to stop all misfortune. A wreath of parsley is worn on the head and prevents or delays inebriation. As we've been talking about the drunken botanist, if you have an inebriation issue, perhaps you could make a crown of parsley and wear that as you have your ciders. See how everything just kind of falls together and matches up, and it makes so much sense. Alright, so let's stir up this parsley. Beautiful. Smells lovely. Bright green and vibrant. Love it. If I were to do a crown of parsley, I would do it fresh. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't dry it first, but you could do it either way. Whatever you feel. Do you understand when I say that you don't need money for witchcraft? When you're in the kitchen, pay attention to what you're throwing away. Don't throw it away. Don't throw it in the compost. compost. If you can use it and you have a dehydrator, do it. You can thank me later. Alright, so the last two are just these grapefruit skins for workings, and I'm going to put those in a jar all on their own because the other ones I chopped up for incenses, oils, and brews, okay? So let's do this big old pickle jar and get these grapefruit skins in there that are big enough to hold little mini workings in. And we're going to try our best not to break those up. Again, if these were organic, they would be great to go into the bath. You could put them in potpourri either way, but like if you just be knowledgeable on pesticides and what they do when they're burned into the air that you breathe, nonetheless the food that you eat. That was kind of perfect. And there we are. Ding! See? Lovely, lovely. All of these things were free. It was just stuff that was going to go in the garbage and or the compost. And I feel like if you really honor that, you get more out of your witchcraft. If you respect the earth and the plant enough to use every part of it, just like when let's say we eat beef. Okay, why not take the bones and the tongue and the eyeballs and the brains and all of that and use it for separate stuff? Because otherwise, what happens to it? Does it just go to waste? Yes, a lot of the time. So that's my thoughts on that. Where are we at? 2 hours and 15 minutes? Doing all right. So I have some things I need to put back into the dehydrator, and I do, since this orange wheel was just at the bottom of the dehydrator, I'm going to ask that the orange, because citrus fruits in general, I'm going to add it to my little working here. Citrus fruits in general, they bring stimulation, they bring energy, they bring this like vibrant, happiness and happy feeling. So I'm going to add this to our plate, our bark working that we're going to put out into nature. And I'm going to put it right between the eggshells and ask that it bring us motion in life, like the wheel, vibrance, vitality, and uplifting. That's the biggest word I usually use with that, is uplifting with the citrus. Alright, so the dehydrator is clean. That's good. And into that I need to add these skins that I showed you guys that we haven't dried yet. I just wanted to show you what the grapefruit skins look like before we dried them and they turned into little bowls. I normally add them upside down so that the heat touches the pith side and not the, not zest, the skin. Here we go. They're ready to dry. Alright, so what do we got? What do we got? Oh, I know I want to show you these for sure. Talk about these pieces of wood that I foraged from our fireplace. Okay, so in my house, we practice what does Joey call it? He calls it, my close friend calls it, I can't remember, but like, you know, people that use the land for their survival, not survivalists, but homesteading. So practicing homesteading. Stop, you guys. Oh, wait. It was Thomas. Could be worse. Could be Gwyneth Paltrow's vagina candle. You're so funny. I don't know what you're talking about, but that's just funny to hear, okay? So let's move on. You should send me a message on Skype and tell me exactly what you mean, because I have no idea. I don't read the Inquirer, dude. I just know that Gwyneth Paltrow was on the macrobiotic diet for a while, which I adore that diet. The Rustic Hippie Witch is here. Hey, welcome. Going to hit up your thrift shops tomorrow and see if you can find a dehydrator. Yes! Do it. But if you do you have a wood stove? Because if you do, you can't find a dehydrator because they're really hard to find unless you like go on Amazon and you buy one brand new. These hanging baskets by Wood Stove, that's been my like on the cheap dehydrator. And just like more of those natural elements. But I honestly can't wait to see your conversations later because I'm really trying to focus. Just know that I'm here with you guys and that when I lay in bed tonight, I'm going to be laughing my little butt off. The dehydrators. Feel comfortable paying as much as $25, $30 at a thrift shop for them. But plug them in to make sure that they work when you're there. They should have a testing cord system. Absolutely. If they don't, just don't get it or take a chance, save the receipt, blah, blah, blah. But you can get an amazing dehydrator from Cabela's, Cabelas, and it looks like a giant toaster oven and it has trays, or you can get one, what's the best brand in the world called for like raw food dehydration? I can't remember anymore, but you could get all kinds of dehydrators, but these ones that you're just gonna, like every single one I found thrifting. This one is great. Okay, it's great, it's big, it works, but it overcooks things and it doesn't do things raw. This one is great for chicken's feet, however I don't use it for chicken's feet because I separate raw things from... Okay, the dehydrator doesn't get enough temperature to actually kill bacteria, right? But it will dehydrate chicken's feet. This one doesn't have a temperature gauge. From what I understand, it normally dries at about 155 degrees. My other dehydrators that have a temperature gauge on them, you can dry as low as 90 degrees and then that food is still considered raw for like a raw foods diet. How does that apply to witchcraft? Because when you cook a fruit or a vegetable, you're literally dissipating the vitamins out of the plant. I believe that the vitamins, the color, the vibrance, the energy dissipates with cooking. So if you're able to foot the $200 and get a Cabela's dehydrator, I haven't done it yet, but at one point I will be due. I will do. I can do. But just to say, if you care about the purity of the ingredients and you have the extra money, and if I had the extra money, it would be important to me to get the dehydrator that you could set at the lowest temperature as possible. Yes, it's going to take more energy to dry it completely, a little more time, etc. But the Cabela's ones are absolutely fantastic. And you can find a Pesco one, Pestco, with a temperature gauge that goes as low as 90 degrees. And that's still considered a raw food. Okay. So great comment on the dehydrator. I love it. Let's get you guys a little closer. And then let's make sure we're caught up on comments. Oh yeah, you're welcome. Absolutely. I'm just really passionate about like foods and herbs and things like that in general. So thank you for thanking me, but you don't have to thank me. I appreciate it. And I appreciate sharing the knowledge that I've absorbed in my life with you guys, because it's just my purpose. So, okay. Are you ready to see what I foraged from the wood pile when we were back and we were talking about homesteading and foraging from that? That's what I want to show you with these pieces of wood. So, first off, you know how people are always talking about in general witchcraft or hoodoo magic, how honey is so drawing. And here I have a piece of honeycomb in a jar of honey. Now you can do a working right inside of this jar, or you can be a little devil and you could eat the whole thing by the side of your bed, which I plan on doing later, to be quite honest. And chewing the wax. I ain't gonna lie. I love to suck honey off my fingers. Like a little Pooh Bear, right? Winnie the Pooh. Winnie the Pooh. But something that, like, if you can't afford, because this was like $14 for this beautiful little glass jar with a honeycomb, like all natural, yada yada yada. However, if you have a wood pile, you can go out into your wood pile, or when you're splitting wood with your mother, when you find a ball of pitch. Do you know what pitch is? Pitch rhymes with bitch, rhymes with snitch, rhymes with itch. Pitch, P, honey. Remember in that movie, National Lampoon's Vacation, when he got down the Christmas tree with his bare hands and then he was reading the magazine that night and all the papers got stuck to his fingers? Okay. Pitch is one of the stickiest ingredients that I can think of, and that maybe other people might know of. If you know of something stickier that's not synthetic, please do let me know. But it's crazy. Like, you can't get it off with Dawn dish soap. You can't suck it off with your fingers. You can't, like, you just can't. And so pitch to me is really sticky, really drawing, and when we first split this wood, this thing was oozing sap, or pitch, which is a resin. And let's say that comes from, I don't know what type of wood this is. I think it's probably pine, but I'd have to ask Mom. It depends on the pitch, which depends on the resin and the magical qualities. However, that to me is a little frickin' honey jar, right? It's the same thing. Like, what do you have? What do you have at your fingertips that's absolutely brilliant and natural and free? Do you have a $12 jar of honey that you got at the store, or do you have something you foraged yourself, which is even stickier? And we talk about honey, we're talking about sweetening. This might not apply, but when we're talking about drawing and grabbing something and sticking it to you, and attachments, you can use that little frickin' pitch knot. And if you have a pitch knot, is what we call it, a knot in the wood that just stores all this pitch. When you put it in the fire, it's like saltpeter, like we talked about earlier today, when you're making something crackle and bubble and be more drawing and more magnetic and more potent and powerful with this magic. When you get some fire to crackle and spark, that's pitch. That's a really beautiful, lovely thing. So I just want to tell you, you know, $12 and you didn't do much, free, and it's from the heart and it's meaningful. Okay, so pitch knots. Now the next thing I want to talk about, so it's unconventional magic, right? Like, I really like that phrase, unconventional magic. It's Witch of the Woods. It sounds unconventional, but it's the most conventional if you go back to old school shit, right? Right, Otis? Right, bud? Yeah, old school shit. He likes it, right? Yeah, good boy. Say hi. Otis? He loves you guys. Alright, so here's what I'm talking about is just get into your Witch of the Woods vibration and think in that mindset if it works for you. If you need something and you're like, God, I wish I could be more Witch of the Woods, imagine it, message me on Etsy, and we'll figure it out together. Period. That's done. Alright, we're done with that. Now the next thing I found just the other day, and it's a scrying tool out of a piece of firewood, and I want to show you how I will use that. If I say things to you guys that sound just really weird and wacky and off the wall, it's because that's who I am. There's no box around my head. There's this beautiful star bubble that just keeps getting wilder and wilder. And I embrace that with my age. And I embrace that with my understanding of myself and my creativity. So, here we go. Let's see if I can do it. Can you see my eye? See? That hole in the wood? Okay. I was getting ready to stoke the fire because we keep a wood stove downstairs to heat all of us with warmth and love and amazingness. Keep all those ashes, y'all, that you need, because those ashes that warm you and burn down after they've warmed your bodies are so amazing for things. I keep looking around because I know that there's ashes back there, but it's too hard to get everything out. I would be on this video for 100 hours or more. But, oh, and there's a little tiny bug on it. That's quite cute. What is that? Alright, so these pieces of wood that just, like, me and my mom are splitting wood that come from trees that come from the forest, and we use that to warm our house. It's very Grey Gardens. That's how we want to do things. When I find something that is truly unique, I keep it. And I was about to throw this piece of wood in the fire until I saw this hole, and you guys know how I feel about hold stones, hold shells, anything that has a natural hole in it that I can look through. So I was doing fire flame scrying through this. I was looking into my fire for divination and looking through this hole completely intuitively and naturally. I never thought to do it before, but I was stuck there for like 40 minutes. And I couldn't stop until my eyes started to hurt because it was too bright. So, pretty big magical tool to keep around, but absolutely, like, relevant and makes sense, and it's a good example. There's also lots of things that you can do within knots of wood. Just got your message, Thomas. I'll read it right after the thing. Thanks, darling. Again, for those of you folks who are here, and you want to hear anything from Magical Herbalism, please just do say an herb and I'll read it for you. But yeah, don't you guys like the idea of the scrying through that wood knot that otherwise would have just been burned up in the fire if someone didn't notice it? It's absolute beauty to me. And I know it sounds so simple, but it is so simple. I think that once you realize how simple it is, everything's just going to fall into place for you, honestly. Shelly33, welcome back. Y'all, I'm going to grab a beer, and then I'll be right back. It's beer time. So then we're going to come back and we're going to talk about what's on the tray here. We're going to go through whatever magical herbalism you'd like to go through. We've already been jarring things up here. We have a lot of sea foragings to go through. We're making this lovely, creative working to put out into the woods and let nature take it away. Little by little, we're adding herbs that we're bottling up so that we can set this out in the woods and let the wind blow it and consecrate it into the universe with my intention. And I have another piece for if any of you guys want a working of your own put onto one of these and set in the woods for nature to take it away as well. Ha ha! Yes, lovely dovelies. Okay then. I shall be back as soon as I'm done turning around in circles. Two ciders a day. Who would feel bad about that? I mean, I guess if you had a big issue, but I think it's kind of shit for people to make feel like other people feel bad about what they're up to. It's really none of their business. Bollocks. Alright, everybody, cheers. I don't know what time of day it is for you. Not that it truly matters to me at all, but I hope you're having a lovely evening, and I hope you're enjoying spending time with me. I'm enjoying spending time with you. And let's talk about magical herbalism for a little bit. Let's take a break from bottling and drying up. And what do you guys want to hear about? Uncle Badger, do you want to hear about chamomile and gin? Because I sure can look both of them up in this book. Or we could talk about any herb you guys have questions on. I'm here for you. I thrifted this mug. It's a big skull, as you can see. And when you look to the side, it's Treasure Island from Las Vegas. But I love it. It fits 2.5 skull mug. It is a skull mug. It's almost actual size, as a matter of fact. It might be actual size. What if it was modeled after an actual skull? I wouldn't be surprised. Las Vegas never surprised me. It is awesome. I think it was $4 at thrift. It's just really cool. Ah! Okay, so what do we look up, y'all? Cardamom. Flip is betel leaf. Let me see if chamomile is in here. I'm sure it would be. Clove. No, it ain't. That's a bummer. Another word for datura is Jimson weed. I forgot to tell you guys that. I did that datura video, reading from 2 or 3 books, and it was in my other book, and another word for it is Jimson weed. So if you are having trouble finding datura in one of your books, make sure you look up Jimson weed. What herbs are good for being used in cocktails? Well, hun, any of them. If you add sugar to something, you can make it into an alcohol, right? But what do I think is good? Oh boy, one time I had this ginger martini that was like to die for. I also love apples in alcohol. I love ciders. I love brandies, like apple brandies. What do you guys like? Walnut wood and druidity. They use different woods. Oh, shoot. Well, I don't know if it would have to do with druidity, but I do have a book that talks about woods. And I think it's right there. Let's grab it. Okay. Woods. Walnut woods. So I think it's in here, Earth Power by Scott Cunningham, which I've been talking about a lot lately, but I do think there's a chapter on magical woods. If it's not this, then it's the magical household. Tree Magic, page 85. Yes! Yes! My memory is on point these days. Okay, ready? Walnut. Do you want to guess the 2 magical intentions, Uncle Badger, or do you want me to just throw them out there? And then we can also talk about walnut from here. But I know that walnut is good for infertility. It's one of the only things that are good for infertility. And that's the walnut itself. But walnut wood is good for 2 magical intentions. So I'm going to let you guys guess if you like. Yeah, anything that you guys want to put in this chat, please feel free, as long as it's nothing that is going to make me feel sad later. But if you guys are honestly trying to support anything of your own or share things with each other, please, please, please do. This is a place where we can all come together. We're almost on hour 3. Uncle Badger says wands for healing. Yes! Healing is one, and then there's another one. And rhymes with resurrection. Kind of. Love it. So yeah, and protection, the walnut wood. While I'm on this page, do you guys have any other questions about magical woods? I do want to talk about juniper wood, only because I offer it on my Etsy shop by the pound. And juniper wood is amazing for protection. And it smells magnificent. It's almost like when you see me smell that dragon's blood and I just don't even know what to say, and I'm just like euphoric, tingly feeling. That's how juniper wood smells to me. So yeah, really good for protection, and my Etsy's down below. Patreon's down below if you want to support the channel. Any other magical woods y'all have a question on? Because I've got about 15-20 here that I could explain to you guys real quickly. I don't know about that, Kitty. Do you know, Uncle Badger? She says, is it walnut that looks like a face when it splits, so can be used for dolls? I may be wrong. I think I remember that too, Uncle Badger. Oh yeah, mead with juniper berries? Absolutely. And so if you guys don't know what mead is a honey wine. And I made mead on my channel, but I made it with herbs, and guess what it's called when you mix it with herbs? So what you're talking about, mead with juniper berries, it's called something different. It's not called mead anymore. It's called metheglin. Methaglin. And that is a druidic practice, and I want to talk about that real quick because it's very important to me. So I'm going to go get my book, my druidic magic book, and talk about metheglin super quick. I think the book is called Sexual Practices of the Druids, if I'm not mistaken. And if I can find it, we'll all have a jolly time. If I can't, I'll be sad, but I'll get over it. I found it! Yes! Okay, so this book I got at Half Price Books back when I first started my magical endeavors, and I was trying to grab as many books as possible. And so I grabbed this, Sexual Practices of the Druids, a Handbook of Magic and Rituals by John G. Hughes, okay? Now, luckily, because I don't read books from start to finish, like I get bored quite easily, but not with the book itself, just with reading, and I think that's sad, but it's true. And so we're going to talk about mead or metheglin. Now, mead is alcohol made out of honey, correct? Metheglin is when you add herbs to that to give it a medicinal or a magical purpose. There we go. Metheglin, page 1268 through 71. Are you into this, Uncle Badger? Do you like it? All the pages are book-eared together. That's funny. 68 through 71. All right, here we go. Let's talk about metheglin, shall we? Just because we're on the tangent and having fun and all of that and taking a break from storing herbs. I'll just be frank. I'm not going to get all these herbs stored up with you guys tonight. It's too hard to make a good video that way, but I am really proud that we got to see from the dehydrator to the jars. It's important that you guys see how much time it takes and how much planning, preparation, energy, and foresight that it takes to do this. So cheers, let's talk about some metheglin, and then while we're on that track, I'm going to show you a little vial of the first metheglin that I ever made, which I have a video documenting all those things. You just have to search metheglin, metheglin. Here we go. Now here's what I love about metheglin, is it only takes like 3 to 4 days to work and actually become what it is. And I want to talk about the bottle I put it in first, okay? So, have you guys ever heard of, this is going to sound terrible, but have you guys ever heard of Mrs. Winslow's baby killer? Steve's! Stop, bud. Stop chewing for 10 minutes. You're driving me nuts. I love you. Mrs. Winslow's baby killer is something that it was nicknamed after. Sadly, a bunch of babies passed away, but it's this little bottle, and inside of it was like a cough syrup for babies who, in the late 1800s, early 1900s, the babies that wouldn't stop crying, mothers would give it to them, and if mothers gave them too much and it had morphine in it, the babies would pass away, obviously, because morphine, if you have too much, induces you into a sleep that you don't wake from. Okay, so I collect oddities, and so I got this little teeny tiny jar. I think it was like $33, funnily enough. And how long ago did I get this? Oh no, 7 or 8 years ago, and I've had it on my curio shelf. And then I went to make mead for the Fae, because I was doing many, many offerings, and I still have my Fae altar back here, which is that dollhouse. See that dollhouse? That's where I let my Fae live. Y'all know that I've been in and out of different deity practices since I started my channel, feeling out the waters. I am never going to let that Fey altar go. And there's one main reason, and it's fear. It's fear. I don't... I believe once you start a Fey offering, it's dangerous to stop. And I know that from experience, and then also from what I read, but just generally experience. Things will start to get lost. Things will start to go missing. Nothing will connect or work in your life if you have done this. So I continue, you know, weekly to do certain things for the Fae. I just don't talk about it a ton because they're not my, you know, main worship, if you will. However, this is my first batch of metheglin, and I put it in this little tiny Mrs. Winslow's baby soothing syrup bottle. And then I put the cork onto it, the original cork, and then I sealed it with wax. And I put it in my Fae garden outside. And I'm kind of amazed that it doesn't look weirder than it does. But here's the thing I really like about metheglin. It's alcohol with a medicinal purpose. And as we all know about spirits or ghouls or owlghouls, they can serve a purpose in magic. You know, and I'm not really going to go into that anymore, but we are going to read about metheglin. So here we go. Ready? Ready, Freds? So behind on the chat. I'm so looking forward to reading all your comments later. See, and Kitty has a rose quartz wand that went missing with them. That's what I'm saying. Like, once you start to honor the Fae, and that's the thing, if you've never worked with the Fae and you're hesitant, I'm not saying just don't, but I'm just saying be prepared to always have them be a part of your life. Because A, they're already a part of your life, but once you give offerings, no offense, they get quite upset if you stop. Okay, metheglin. We are reading out of Sexual Practices of the Druids, a handbook for magic and ritual magic, okay? So, metheglin is the first Welsh word in this book for which I have failed to find suitable English translation. Its modern form is derived from the older Welsh word medeglin, which translates best as medical drink. However, metheglin is much more than that. Metheglin is used as a general pick-me-up in a range of rituals and as a specific medication. It is fermented for specific ailments using infinite combinations of herbs, flowers, barks, and spices. It was once considered an almost universal medicine. Every druid and druidess has his or her own collection of metheglin recipes. The medicinal attributes of metheglin, including its use as an aphrodisiac, have now, for the greater part, given way to modern drugs one kind or another. The main ingredient for the base drink is honey, which is fermented and infused with a selected range of herbs and spices. I have to interject here and say that you can add any herbs, spices, resins, or roots that you need and use this for any intention. If the book says otherwise, it doesn't matter because it's what you make it. That's what we're always doing with our magics, yes? Long before the introduction of grapes for wine and barley for beer, honey was diluted, fermented, and drunk at all celebrations, feasts, and festivals. Its maker, the bee, has always been thought of as a precious, almost sacred insect, and its products are regarded as highly beneficial to mankind. Ancient druids were fervent beekeepers, as were the Christian monks who followed them. To many people, the bee still is a very special insect, and those who keep them are rather fanatic in their enthusiasm, beekeepers. There are two basic versions of metheglin. One is flavored with spices. It tends to be sweet and is drunk mainly for pleasure. The other is flavored with herbs and tends to be less palatable. There is an infinite number of variations of these two basic versions, combining herbs, spices, and other beneficial ingredients to produce whatever effect you may desire. When I made this metheglin, it was for infertility. I did not want to get pregnant ever again. I love my kid more than life itself. So glad that that happened. But in 11 pregnancies, I've only had one baby. And so when I made my metheglin, it was for infertility. I added pennyroyal. I added mandrake. Oh, what else did I add? I'll have to rewatch the video. But I'm telling you that that's why I made mine. Was because of things that were going on in the relationship that were headed in a way that I didn't want them to go. And we all have the power of choice. But I wanted my choice to be magical. And I guess maybe that's sharing too much, but what the fuck ever. I'm trying to be honest with you guys. So there we are. There are two basic versions of metheglin. One is flavored with spices. It tends to be sweet and is drunk mainly for pleasure. The other is flavored with herbs and tends to be less palatable. There is an infinite number of variations on the two basic versions, combining herbs, spices, and other beneficial ingredients to produce whatever effect you may desire. There are as of yet no commercial suppliers of the potion, so you will have to make your own metheglin. Okay, why isn't anybody monopolizing on metheglin? Because meat is legal. So there's a great business idea for anyone in the magical community, just saying. And it's super flippin' easy to make. If I can do it the first try, anybody can do it. So there are as of yet no commercial suppliers for the potion, so you will have to make your own metheglin. Below is a recipe for a classic version of metheglin used as the libation during all sex magic rituals. Sex magic rituals are some of the most powerful things that you can do, in my opinion. Sexual fluids, sexual energy, the combination of one, which would be masturbation, or two, which would be average sex, or three or more people, is amazingly powerful in magic, and I'm just going to stop talking there about that topic. The version has aphrodisiac properties and acts as a sexual stimulant. More relatable modern ingredients have replaced some of the older ones. This does not affect the end result. Stop, Otis. It just makes the whole process a lot simpler and the outcome a lot more predictable. So here's the metheglin recipe. KDR, sex magic is very powerful, and you know, like I said, even if it's one person. But I really want to do more videos on sex magic. And I'm not trying to be funny. I'm just trying to say, like, there's so much that can be had and harnessed from it. And it's not talked about enough, because I feel like it's a topic that if you talk about it on your channel, people are gonna start to, like, wishy-washy stray. Believe me, I talk about shit all the time, like, all the things that are important to me, and none of them are conventional, really. So, let's talk about the metheglin recipe, and then I will tell you how I altered it for myself to make the metheglin that I showed you. Okay, so metheglin. They say 4 pounds or 1.8 kilograms of brown honey, 3.5 liters or 6 pints of warm water. Moon cleansed water is preferable. Many videos on moon elixirs and moon waters and how to make them. Okay, these are just 2 jars that I use. One has smoky quartz point with copper, very drawing, so it's going to draw down that moon energy through this glass bottle into the fluid. And then these are moonstones, 2 types, a pink one and a white one with copper, that are going to draw that moon energy down into that clear glass bottle. Also, you don't have to have any stones or copper. These are just things that are more intention, that are going to heighten it a little bit more, in my opinion. Tell me if this light is better or worse, because I feel like it's getting dark outside. That's better, right? Is that better? Okay. I don't look so shadowy. Shaky, shaky. 1 large lemon. 20 grams or 3/4 of an ounce citric acid, available from most pharmacists or winemaking suppliers. 2.5 milliliters or half a teaspoon of ground ginger, mace, cinnamon, and cloves. Brewer's yeast, same as used for wine or beer making. 200 grams or 7 ounces of demerara sugar, available from many natural food stores. 1 Campden tablet, Campden tablet, available for winemaking suppliers and aid fermentation. 1 gram potassium sorbate, available in powder and tablet. Okay. I didn't do any of that. What I did was, that sounded too complicated to me, but the ritual uses sounded amazing. Okay. So what I did was, I got online, I watched YouTube videos. Please do, if you're interested in this at all, watch Taxidermy Witch Metheglin, Metheglin, because in the description I linked the video that inspired me, and it's called, and you could just search this, How to Make Mead Like a Viking. All I used was raw, it has to be raw honey, and I used a raw Manuka honey. So the Manuka honey is, you know, so complex and beautiful, but you can find it at health food stores, you can find it at Whole Foods, you can't find it just anywhere. But you can find it, raw Manuka honey, and then I used, I didn't use any yeast, because the guy in the video, How to Make Mead Like a Viking, said that all you need is your raw honey that's been unfiltered, and then you need a stick from nature that has like natural yeast and natural, for lack of a better phrase, dirts, and some grapes or grape leaves that, and I just happened to have those growing in my yard at the time, and the grapes that I didn't wash had natural yeast on them. You know that white debris that you see on the outside? That's a natural yeast. And then I added, and those were the 3 main components, was the raw honey, the grapes, and then the herbs that I decided to add in. And you really, really, really don't need much else. I wanted to get an infertility, fertility mead. So I added in herbs that related to infertility, like pennyroyal, and I think I used walnut and something else. And you don't need to have an aeration system. You just use cheesecloth. It's really simple, and it worked in like 3 or 4 days. So we're gonna keep reading. Preparation. So actually we're not going to keep reading, but you understand what I'm saying about, like, sometimes books makes things sound so complicated. Like, every time I've tried to make my own kind of spirits, I get like really like overwhelmed or frustrated. And then in the end I'm like, people do this every day all the time. Like, people do it in prison with like toilet water. Like, why can't I do it, you know? Which one is better? Can somebody tell me? Light or no light? Hey, Joyce Jordan! So good to see you. It is fascinating stuff, Melinda Van Dyke. And I feel sad that just talking about it, I lost like half my viewers, but I really don't care. I care about y'all. I just don't care about what topics you're going to want to see or not going to want to see, because the message that I get out at the moment comes through my heart and soul. And I have control over it, but I let it be uncontrolled, if that makes sense. Does that make sense? So does anybody have any questions or any herbs that you want to talk about from Scotty's encyclopedia or any other books? Because I'm open to that. Or if you're planning a trip and you're like, I'm going to be at the beach on this day and I want to know the tides, do let me know. I'm here with all my books. I'm here with all my love and energy. I have it. Let's use it. So you could make a methylene for anything. You could make, and you could change your, it doesn't have to be honey wine. It could be grape wine, it could be beer, it could be vodka, it could be whiskey, whatever you choose to make. But when you add an herb to it, it gives it a medicinal force, which in my experience is very, very spiritual and very, very powerful. Just like when we made the, out of the pig's lard, when we made the flying ointment. And I have a book just about flying ointment, which is amazing. Hi, Chandler Blackheart. Welcome. Nice to see you. Lovely. Lovely to have you here. Hello. Oh, lovely, Joyce. That sounds amazing. That's beautiful. Joyce, I just want to tell you, without crying if I can, how beautiful of a presence you are to me every single day. And how I'm grateful for you every morning I wake up, because there have been times where I didn't wake up, or I didn't want to wake up, but I thought of you, and I think y'all know what I'm talking about with without getting too morbid, but there have been times where I just didn't want to be awake, and I thought of Joyce Jordan and her worrying about, am I okay? And those type of people get me through, like, every single day, you know? So as much as you guys thank me, I just want to thank you. And that's it! Not gonna cry about it anymore. You know? Ooh, what do I put in my potion? My flying ointment, I did a video on it, but then I deleted it, right? Okay, right, because it was just temporary, because it wasn't legal. Okay, so in my flying ointment, I put my absinthe wormwood, I put mugwort, I put magic mushrooms, I put, what else did we have in that flying ointment? Frankincense, for sure, for sure. Pig's lard. And I want to say that we used, because I deleted the video and I don't keep a book of shadows. I want to say that we used saffron as well. I feel like we did use saffron because I remember it had like an orange tinge and it was quite expensive. But you know, you can make a flying ointment for any intention. It doesn't have to be for flying. Or excuse me, you can make a witch's ointment for any intention. And I have a really cool book I want to show to you guys about that. Because I don't use it enough, but I should use it more. And it's this book. And it's called The Witch's Ointment, The Secret History of Psychedelic Magic. And You know, it goes on to talk about a lot of things, and I feel like this is a great tool to learn from, even if, and especially if, you don't want to try psychedelics, but you just want to understand what's up with it, for lack of a better phrase. I found this book in Galveston, Texas, and then I found a YouTube channel that this guy makes, and very, very, very inspired by this person. But let's just talk about the contents. Oh, hey. We're not going to talk about that. Do you guys want to talk about some magical herbs? Any questions you may have? We're not wrapping it up right now. We're going to make this a nice hefty live stream. And I'm still enjoying being here. But it's just hard. I don't want to be on tender topics anymore, so we'll just kind of try and bypass them. As my dear friend said earlier today, I wear my heart on my sleeve. And, you know, it just never goes inside of my body. It's just always on my sleeve. And I'm just here to share. Yeah, absolutely. So Uncle Badger said it's worth reading about some of the old fairy tales for warnings about what could happen. Absolutely. Yeah, and I think that taking that knowledge away isn't productive for anybody, because people are going to probably try it either way in their own intuition and say, what is this going to do? What is this going to do? Wormwood, you know, absinthe, you're not really supposed to smoke it, but a lot of people do. And you're not supposed to ingest it or drink it in teas, but a lot of people do. And it just depends on your own spiritual practices for yourself here in this lifetime. And, you know, I don't suggest anybody do that, but if it's a part of your own journey, then it's a part of your own journey. I do still have the Hecate ring for sale. Do you want to see it? I'll put it on my hand. I think it's $33 or $44. It's made of pewter. I was just looking at it the other day. It's right here. I flip and love this ring so much. I mean, it's not a Hecate ring per se, but when I bought it, I was thinking of Hecate. And here we go. There's 19 people watching. I'm going to say something I've never said before. Are you ready? You're going to have to put the puzzle together, though. And I'm not going to, because it's nothing I want to do. Hecate is my deity's daughter. And this bird skull ring that's made of pewter is absolutely brilliant and amazing. And I love it. It does kind of get at the thumbnail if you move your thumbs a lot. But other than that, it's brilliant. And you don't have to wear it on your thumb. And I hope that all of you caught that. But I'm just not willing to go into it because people have such opinions about deities and what they mean. And I think they can mean different things to different people. This is the Hecate ring we're talking about. It is, there's a listing on my Etsy shop for it. Pewter. And if you like, I can pull out Scott Cunningham's Encyclopedia of Magical, Encyclopedia of Gems, Stones, and Crystal Magic and talk about pewter and its magical abilities. But pewter is lovely, and yes, I do still have this Hecate ring. So if y'all still like me, we can continue. If you don't, then see you later. Hobgoblins. Tommyknockers. Yeah. Absolutely. Totally, Thomas. I completely agree. It's so funny, all the little names and clever words that we give things just to call something the same thing, yeah? Hecate is very personal to you. I understand. My deity is so personal to me, I can't even talk about her. It's so private, it's so personal. And I share everything with you guys, you know? So, but if you can do the maths, then... it's lovely. Persephone, Hecate's daughter? No. Hi, darling. It's good to see you. Nice to see you. Oh, actually, I don't know if Persephone is Hecate's daughter. I'm talking about Hecate's mother is my deity. Yeah, it's so emotional, KDR. Like, it's just really hard to talk about because you fear that people will judge you, or the reason that you chose the deity, or that you continue to stick with them, or the practices that you make. But if you know that you are a good person practicing on these levels that are like so intense and so intimate to you, it's an intimate that you can't describe, like, and the gifts that have been given to me are just like absolutely indescribable. And I think that she has been my main protection from this doll bullshit that's been going on, her and Delilah. So yeah, it is very emotional, and that's how I know that this is my deity. Like, you guys know I worked with Bastet for a while, I worked with Santa Muerte for a while, for a long while. I worked with Isis, I worked with Ra, and everything just felt like, not a trial, but just like let's see how this goes, or where this goes, or if we bond together, and nothing ever really clicked as much as this deity. And so, I mean, it's very personal, but I'm not afraid to share clues. I just don't want to directly talk about it because there's so much like preconceived notions on what she stands for and things like that. So Aphrodite, Artemis, like, those are some ones that I hear have amazingly powerful energies and fantastic energies. Oh, KDR says that's how you know that they picked you. Yeah. Yeah, totally. I agree. Yeah, she picked me a long time ago. It just took me a while to figure it out. And it took me getting over some uncomfortable boundaries to be okay with it. And I think that that's beautiful too. Shelly 333, no, it's not Medusa. However, I think Medusa is radical, and I've always been drawn to her since I was a little girl. I'm like, a lady with a head of snakes? So cool! Medusa is cool, but that's not my goddess. Yeah, absolutely. She is. Do you guys have anything you want to talk about in particular? Because I'll run and jump and get a book. I'm in the mood to be with y'all and not do whatever you ask, because that's just not who I am. But, like, you know, like, make this video our own. It's not just going to be about me anymore. It's going to be about us. I'm tired of drawing things up. Do you see why it takes me so long? Like, I still have all that stuff to draw up, but I feel like we got a good amount done. We got like a quarter of it done. And I explained to you in the first 2 hours of the video, like, how to really forage from your kitchen, from your refrigerator, from things that would have otherwise been trash, and find something beautiful. If you guys are just guessing things, guess them in private, because I really don't want to say it. I mean, you can Google search it, like, who's Hecate's mother? Like, just go ahead. You know. So yes, the whole thing came up. Yes, I still have my Hecate ring. It's on the Etsy shop. I think it's $44. That's what I paid for it. It might be $33, but I paid $44 for it. And it's made of pewter, and it's this beautiful, amazing bird skull, and I just love it. Have I posted listing for the Sea Forage? No, darling. I do have 2 orders for it, though, and I'm making custom listings. And here's why I do that. Is because I work with people's budget, and I know not everybody can afford certain things. And it's not like a sliding scale, but it's like, what kind of is, but it's also like, we'll make it according to your budget. We're just gonna make it work for you. So whatever you guys need from me, tell me your budget, and then we'll work with it. And I think that that's the big picture, you know. You ordered some bones, or you like some of the hold shells? Absolutely. Absolutely. I'll give you one of my hold shelled necklaces that I've kept by my bed. And I'll definitely give that to you. So out of all the stuff I ever show you guys, there's nothing that I won't share. Because my room keeps getting of stuff, and I just have unlimited open heart and unlimited love to share with you guys. I just need to make enough money to eat, you know. So that's how it is. The Rustic Hippie Witch says, "You're one of the kindest, coolest souls I've ever watched on YouTube, Jen." Are you guys trying to make me cry all day? That's so sweet. Thank you so much. I try to be my 100% genuine self. Always. And I'm not afraid to cry. The only thing I'm afraid to do is cry so hard that I can't contain what I'm saying, and I have to go off camera to be like, because, you know, that happens. But yeah, I cried in my first video. I cried in this video. It's just passion for what I'm doing, and my job here on this earth this time is to help people, and that's what I'm trying to do, you know. And I've had jobs where I made thousands of dollars a week, and I guess I was happy because I had money, but I've never felt this happy in my whole life. So, you know, that's what it is. Oh, there's somebody here I haven't seen before. Little Dark Fairy, if I could bottle a hug for you so you could open it and have a hug every day, I would. You can do that. You know you could do that, right? You could take an empty bottle like this, or any bottle, and you could literally hug it 100 times, and then you could blow your breath into it, and then cap it, and then wax it, and then send it to me, and I would feel your energy. And I could do the same thing for anybody. And all I'm saying is that nothing is impossible, and all of life is beautiful if you just let it be. And it's my favorite thing to talk about, you know. And I'm so sorry I was so sad and depressed for so long, but I think that we finally figured out the problem after this morning's video. I think we finally got it. So yeah, it's just a very refreshing time. Like, and anytime you have to cleanse some shit out of you, you're going to cry. Like, it's just gonna happen. And nobody should be afraid of tears. They're amazingly beautiful. They're amazingly powerful, magical tools. they're amazingly healing with inside of your soul and inside of your true self. And I don't think it's something to shy away from. These people that hold in their tears, and I can feel it empathetically, but I can see it in somebody's face. They're like, maybe not as literally as that, but I just feel so bad for them. I'm like, for fuck's sakes, just cry. just just let it out. It feels so good when you're done, and you've shared your thoughts and your with the universe, because there's nothing to be afraid of beyond the tears that come out of your face. It's this like beautiful release. Feels good. Feels good. Love you guys. What can I do for you? I'm here. I'm done bottling up ingredients for now. We'll do more tomorrow. But what can I do for you? Please tell me. What can I look up for you for magical herbs or otherwise? Please tell me. I want to get off the crying subject so I can stop crying. Iridescent C is here! Oh, woohoo! Gabby is here! Oh, woohoo! Can you light a candle for my family still grieving over the death of your grandpa? Oh, honey, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Absolutely, I will. Can you tell me your granddad's name? Katie R says, oh gosh, I think letting yourself cry and feel your true emotions is the strongest thing you can do. Yeah, pardon. It's, something that a lot of people hold back from because society tells us it's weak. That's fucked, y'all. That's fucked. Crying is not weak. Crying is strength. Crying in front of people and showing them your emotions and your energy is absolute strength. And if you think otherwise, then that is okay, but that's not how I think and I believe. I used to think and believe that way, but after all of this, no, I don't think like that anymore. It's absolute strength. Oh, darling. Okay, thank you. Yeah, when this video's over, I'm going to rewatch this, carve his name into a candle, and go ahead and burn it for you right there. I burned 4 candles for people today. Just tea lights with a little bit of herbs and their name carved inside, because that's what I can afford. But and then I'm able to read the wax when I'm done and send you guys a little bit of a wax read, and that's the best. Freshwater Fairy says this is exactly what I needed to hear tonight. Thank you for saying that. I'm so glad to know that me crying doesn't put anybody off, that it gives people strength and gives people power in their own right. I'm sad that society thinks that it's a weakness, but again, what is pushed into us is usually not the truth. Oh, darling. Bless you. She says she's crying too. Uncle Badger says, Jen. Oh, everybody's talking. There are lots here that appreciate you. Hugs. Absolutely. I know. If I didn't feel appreciation, I wouldn't come on. Believe me. And so many people have pulled my dick out of the dirt so many times. For lack of a better phrase, but whatever. I really don't care. Gabby says, especially thank you. It means a lot, especially hard on my mom, but good news. I feel like your grandpa finally pushed your mom to move from the toxicity and your parents are back living together. That's beautiful, darling. I'm so happy for that. Anytime a family can rejoin is amazing. So I just had a friend that sent me a message on Skype that said, why are you sad about your broadcast? And I'm just going to say that live right now. We're just talking about emotional issues. and how crying isn't a bad thing, how it's a beautiful thing, how it's a release, because I get my messages. I can see them. Uh, no, I'm not sad. I'm not sad at all. I'm very, very happy. It's just a good release. And I want to teach people that it's okay to cry. And it's okay to be your absolute true soul shining through this fucking vessel that we all live in. And that's about, the short of it. Dottie, hugs to you too, darling. I love you. I know we haven't talked too much, but I do love you. So I want to read this comment because it's a comment and it's important to me. The Rustic Hippie Witch says, one of my children, who is transgender, is battling depression and self-harm addiction. I'd like to make a tiny spell bottle for their necklace, but not sure what herbs I should add to it. Any suggestions? Okay, number one, I think I do have some ideas that come from Scott Cunningham's, but I'll also think some intuitives. But I want to say that earlier today, when I did my video this morning, was the first time I've ever talked in this channel about self-harm. And that was a huge step for me to open up about that, but I thought that it was really important. And so, I just want to help people know that, it sounds cliche, but you're not the only one, and maybe find some tools to get through it, etc. And I'm always here to talk to you. Now, I've changed my Skype name from Jen Taxidermy Witch to Jen Baby Firefly. So, Jen, Jenn, Baby Firefly. So if you ever need to talk about any issues that have to do with self-harm, I'm here. I've been through it since childhood. I've kept it a secret until very, very recently, and I let those emotions go to somebody who is very close to me, and they were able to really support me, and I really appreciate that. But it's important that we don't keep it secret. And as far as the transgender stuff goes, I know that there's something that pops up in this book about changing one's gender, and I think it's marigold, but I could be wrong. And just know that I'm not sad. Honestly, I'm not sad. However, I'll be back.
Transgender. Transgender. Well, I can tell y'all that one thing that has a lot to do with connected to sexuality in general, which isn't necessarily connected to transgender, but I just wanted to say that I have this apple. Do you see how big it is? I dehydrated the whole entire thing. I've been working with this for quite some time. Now, the pineapple is amazing for chastity. It's amazing for protection. As you can see, the outside is spiky. And intuitively, I would guess that for reasons I won't explain, this could be productive for transgender folks who are having trouble. Also things that are sharp, like, come on, mama, like holly leaf, like monkey puzzle tree. If it was me and I was having trouble as a transgender person, I would make myself a poppet and I would put spiky things all around it to protect myself from the outer influences that might come toward me. Scott Cunningham talks about one thing in here that will change gender. What is it? Oh, it's kumquat! Oh my god, it's kumquat. Hold on. It is kumquat, isn't it? H-I-J-K. I bet you it is. If it's not, then that's fine, but I think it is kumquat. What the fuck is it? It's in the other book. Hold on. It's got to be kumquat because I can't firmly remember that. So if I didn't read it by Scott Cunningham, I read it by somebody else. Talking about kumquat being good for changing one's sex. For fuck's sakes, where is it then? Well, that's a bummer. I don't know where I read it. Was it kumquat? Well, for Pete's sakes, I sure will, once I find it, do a video just on that subject, even if it's like super small. There's one thing that if you eat at dawn at a certain time, it's supposed to help you change your gender. What was it? I'm not sure. What other questions have you got, y'all? I'm here for you for another 20-30 minutes, and then I really do have to eat dinner and take care of myself. I've been on live streams for almost 6 hours today. Really happy. Did a great video this morning. I feel very proud of what I've done today. And that's the point, right? That's the point, is helping everybody. Alright, so where are we at? You were just thinking most flowers have both sets of genitalia, so using a whole flower may work, as the bees are needed to carry the pollen to other flowers to breed, so bee pollen can be used. Here we go. That's a flippin' fantastic idea, and I have bee pollen to show you. See, that's what I'm talking about, you guys. Intuitive magic. Thomas Dale, you are talented in intuitive magic, and I've always felt that about you. So we talked about bee honey earlier, and the honeycomb and the hive, and drawing and sweetening, and the hive being that home, etc. Here's pollen. Now, you can purchase bee pollen at a store and you can ingest it, and it gives you amazing amounts of energy. Believe me, I'm going to have a little bit right now. It tastes kind of like sweet, chewy, nothing Play-Doh. I don't really know what it tastes like. Like, it doesn't taste like anything else. But there you go, bee pollen. You can find it. And they told me when they sold this to me in Bell, Arizona, I love it, that it was really good for energies, but I thought that's going to be amazing for magics, you know? So I paid $10 for that little bottle, and whenever you need like an energy boost, you're supposed to take a spoonful. I've used it for that a couple of times, but normally I use it in my workings. So Uncle Badger says, oh, yeah, Kitty, I didn't know you could buy it either, but I guess you can buy just about anything, right? You can buy breast milk. That's an amazingly powerful magical ingredient. One of the only ones I know that is more powerful than menstrual blood. And you can buy that online. But if it was me, I would want to know the person that it came from. However, would I still use it? Maybe. Yep, you can buy frozen breast milk and have it sent to your house. So Thomas says, I was also thinking hemp and cannabis are one of the few plants that have separate male and female genitalia. Ferns also do. Ferns. The one gets you high and the other is made into socks and banknotes. I love the word banknotes. I'm sorry, that's a good one. Yeah, right? So y'all can buy bee pollen, and if you need an avenue to get it, just message me and we'll figure it out. I don't think this little place ships, but I know you can find it in Amazon. If you can find it in Bowie, Arizona. Love you, Bowie. Oh, right. Ferns have the separate sexes. Yes, and they do talk about that in Cunningham's Encyclopedia of Magical Herbs, as the male and the female fern. And I think that's one of the only things in that book that they talk about as separate genders. You wonder how they collect the bee pollen? Why? Because it gets stuck to their little legs and then they have to scrape it off? Totally. I wonder that too. We're going to have to do some research, kitty kitty. Come on, bees, let me scrape your legs. Ha ha! I don't know, Kitty, but if you find a video or you figure it out, please do send me the information, because I want to know too. Then as soon as you send it to me, I'll post it on Patreon, and then we'll all finally understand. But this, like, it tastes pretty good. Like, I won't lie, it tastes kind of like sugary, a bit starchy, but it does give you energy, and it makes so much sense because it takes so much energy to gather it, you know? These vibrations, they don't just leave. They stick within the plant and the ingredient. It's been such a long day since I figured out about that cursed doll, and I'm just so happy that y'all are here with me today to comfort me while I've been going through some shit, you know? Thank you so much. Truly. And tomorrow I have 2 Skype conversations and tarot card readings scheduled with 2 of my favorite friends, Darkpool and KDR, and I can't wait till 1:30 to 3 o'clock tomorrow when I talk to Darkpool, and 3 to 4 o'clock tomorrow when I do a reading for KDR. It's going to be the best. Very, very, very excited. Cotton bugs inside the flower in spring. and then scraped off? Perhaps. Good night, Rustic Hippie Witch. It was so nice to see you. And if I remember what it is that helps with the transgender thing, I sure will let you know. I promise. I sure will. You fell asleep. Oh, darling. It's easy. We've been on for so long and it's so late for y'all in the UK. Let's see. Tomorrow is Saturday. I have a pretty busy day. But I will be on tomorrow either early in the morning, which is kind of midday for you UKers, or late at night, which would be early morning for you UKers. You UKers. You get it? You get me? You get me, blood? Like, my favorite thing is to do UK accents. Like, I'm never going to be confident enough to do it on my channel because my accent is muddled because I learn it from television. But I do love me a Cockney accent. So many things. She said, I heard you talking about breast milk. I thought Thomas was going to make a cocktail with it. Yeah, that would be quite the witchy cocktail, yeah? And you're going to want to make sure you don't mix it with things to curdle it. Oh my Christ. Stop it! She did have too many chamomile and gins because she started drinking before I came on live. But it's okay. She's been drinking beer. She's alright, y'all. Breast milk cocktails. You know what? I am going to make some comedy witchcraft videos at some point, which I think will be hilarious. But I want you guys to know that if you pop into a video of mine and it's short and it's comedic and I'm acting really serious, talking about like breast milk cocktails or something else, you need to know that it's just this, what do you call it, like a spoof or a skit or something that I just need to do to make you laugh. Like, I have to get my creative ideas out or I can't function. And my friend Joey and I, we like are so good at every single like crazy ass thing we think in our head. We just say it to each other and we laugh so hard. It's the best. The land of milk and honey, I love it. Milk and honey? Milk and honey? You get your sleep, darling, because you gotta talk to me on Skype tomorrow. So, do what you gotta do. And give Waz a kiss on both cheeks for me. I love you both so much. I don't have to embrace somebody to love them. My heart is huge. My heart is redonkulously huge. Big enough for all the people I've ever met, pretty much. And I suppose that could be a blessing or a curse. I am going to wrap this up, though. Stop it! Dark Pool. He does not love my kisses more than yours, and if he does, then I just need to visit you guys. Just kidding. I give you kisses, too. Every time I give kisses to Waz, I'm also giving, like, triple kisses to you, believe me. I've never spoken with Waz. I just think he's a great guy if he can support a great lady like you. KDR, bye. It was so good to see you. It was so good to chat to you today, and I can't wait to Skype with you tomorrow. So what? We've got 10 minutes. We've got 10 minutes. Whoever wants to say something? Yeah, Gabby, we can Skype soon. Absolutely. Absolutely. I've got my planner out and I've been penciling in times. And Gabby, I will have time on Sunday or on Monday to have a Skype call with you for like half an hour or an hour. Absolutely. Anybody who's a patron, anybody who is a longtime viewer of the channel, it's important. That's it. I don't care about money. The only in my whole life, money's just kind of fucked things up, you know. So I'm much happier now. Less trauma. Yeah, love it. And I have a lot of places to fly and places to go. Not fly literally. I ain't flying nowhere. But I have a lot of things to do in this life, and so yes, absolutely. But the thing is if you guys start to bum me out, like if you put too much like heaviness on me, I'm gonna pull back, you know, because I'm an empath, and you just have to know that. I did read Other Realms comments. She said, "Can we Skype soon? Can you read my comment up?" Oh, okay. Thank you, Thomas. Hold on. Get it? I will use some of my back pain to visit. Yeah, you can totally visit because that whole situation that we had before is kind of now at a calm. But the only thing is, and I just want to talk about this really quick. Anyone is free to come and stay with me and learn from me. However, like for a day, for 3 days, for a week, for 2 weeks, for a month, but I have to have alone time sometimes. And so I have, you know, space for you to be here. In the summertime, we can do tents, or we can do, you know, if you're wealthy, you can stay at a hotel down the road. But my fear is that if I have people come stay with me, which I really want to do. That's like what I really want to do, because there's so much I have to offer you guys, like showing you every single fucking thing in my room, in my trailer, going and foraging in the woods, teaching you how to go to the sea, teaching you how to like do all these things that I've learned intuitively. I want to teach that to you so much. But I worry that I won't be able to have my little bit of personal space without making people feel sad. And also, I'm not comfortable sleeping in the same room as somebody I don't absolutely trust. And that has nothing to do with you, Other Realm. It just has to do with my past traumatic experiences and my current spiritual beliefs. So, that being said, we will figure something out for you to come here. Absolutely. I'm still on board with that. Now that this doll is out of my room, I feel like a big weight has been lifted off my shoulders already, immediately. Like, the doll's out of my room, and I'm on live for 6 hours today. You know what I'm saying? Like, I have so much more energy now. So many things are happening in a positive way. And I want, like, my goal in this life is to be a spiritual teacher for as little coin value as possible. But I do have to eat, and I do have to live. So that's kind of that. I would, Gabby, let's please figure something out. Absolutely. I'm thinking May might be our month. If you want to come in May, that might be a really lovely time. Yeah. Yeah, so we'll talk about it. Anybody else who wants to come, just know that I'm a fucking weird individual, and I have to have my alone time sometimes, and I have a trailer for you to hang out in and do your witchcraft when when I need to be alone, or a bunch of woods for you to walk in and like practice your foraging when I need my alone time. But I like to turn on loud heavy metal music or watch horror movies and just like gore out for a while, and I guess introvert a little bit. And I don't think that's for everybody. I don't think many people would want to be with me 24/7. Um, you know, I'm not scared of the person who I am, but I think that a lot of people would be scared of the person who I am. Like if you saw all of me. And so that's my biggest fear. But the springtime's coming up, the frost is starting to leave the ground, so whoever wants to like come over and do witchcraft, what do you call it? The fuck do you call it? Witchcraft apprenticeship? Intuitive apprenticeship? That's all I want to do. That's my main goal. Happy lady. Happy lady. But you know, it's all good. So let's have a drink. Your birthday's in May? What day? Tell me the day. If you want to. You don't have to. Are you a Taurus? My brother's a Taurus. He's the most lovely person I know. Seriously. Sea foraging sounds so fun. Oh my god. So Kitty, I really feel like you should come too. You and me, Kitty, we could spend 2 hours at the sea every day. Or 4 hours. We could go to different seas all around because I'm on this like huge inlet that you just drive, and there's another sea beach, and there's another sea beach, and every single sea beach has different things. We can go and walk into the woods. But y'all, you can't be afraid of knives. Or for some of the woods and mountains, pistols, because listen to me, if you are a meat sack walking around in the woods and there's like a cougar or not coyote, but a bear or something that comes out to you in the day, like you have to have protection around here. Like we're literally like in the woods. Witch of the woods, yeah. So my dad has this giant Bowie knife. It's like this big. It's kind of all I really need to feel protected. Like, I'm not really a big fan of guns, but if we were to go to Idaho, where there's cats everywhere, like cougars and mountain lions and shit, bobcats, you do need a pistol. If you're going to be going throughout the woods and protecting yourself. So there's just a lot, you know, that comes with, like, me feeling comfortable with you, feeling comfortable with me. If that makes sense. And it's dangerous to forage sometimes, but like that's just the energy that goes in with it. So yeah, I'm not trying to scare anybody off. Like that's all I've ever wanted to do is teach people what I've my intuition and my thoughts and my feelings and what I can find with nature, like magically and intuitively and beautifully. It's all I want. But I don't want to freak anybody out. And if you come out here, it's definitely love and lightning, you know? My room is painted in horror and gore. And my heart is love and lightning. And I think I'm an amazingly beautiful person. I truly believe that from my inside out. But people do get scared of me. And it's been that way since I was like 8 years old since I started saying things out loud that I was thinking. And then I stopped saying things out loud that I was thinking and almost became a mute. You know, just like internalized everything and got weirder and weirder and weirder. And now, you know, I can go live for 4 hours and just like blah, 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 blah. I cannot wait to listen to Pink Floyd when we're done with this album, or when we're done with this conversation. Oh, Joyce Jordan says, heck, Jen, of course I still like you too. I love you. Oh, Joyce Jordan, you're seriously my favorite girl. Like, honestly. You're my fucking favorite girl. I think about you every day, and you got me out of bed when I did not want to get out of bed. So many times. Just you. You know, I would think about other people too, but you messaging me if I was gone from a video for a day or two was saying, I hope you're okay. I hope you're okay. When I was in that morbid depression and I was plotting horrible scenarios. I thought of Peggy, and I thought of you, and I thought of my daughter, and I thought, what would they think, you know? So I just have to say thank you. And we all help each other in majorly different ways, and I will never be able to thank you enough for the caring that you've given to me and my channel and your worry. So, Joyce Jordan, I just want to tell you that I love you. There's something about you that vibrates with my soul that I can't get rid of. Not that I want to, but I just can't get rid of. And you're such a special lady. Truly and honestly. So, you know. Is this fucking Mercury retrograde over? Right? Isn't it almost fucking over? I try to laugh things off. I try to do the best I can, but I also try to be real, and I just, I have to pay homage to the people that are almost like living spirit guides, you know? Yeah, Joyce, you're that for me. Thank you, Shelley. That's so nice of you to say. I need you guys too. It's lovely to have you. I hope you enjoyed the foraging packing away. If we were to do the whole thing together, it would take like fucking 33 hours. It's just like I have this like what's hysteria? I don't know what hysteria is. What are you guys talking about? I don't know that word. I'm so confused. So yeah, please everybody, Patreon's below, Etsy's below. If you need any workings, I have so much stuff to share and give and help with. And your Etsy orders help support the channel. They keep me fed, they keep me moving, they keep me, you know, breathing in that. And then Patreon is down below too, which supports the channel monthly for as little as $1 per month. I hate to advertise myself. I hate doing this shit. So if you join Patreon for as little as $1 to whatever dollar amount per month, you can receive exclusive witchcraft videos and music that I send and just random thoughts throughout my day. It's kind of like my personal Facebook, I guess, but I don't do Facebook. And yeah, that's how we stay alive. That's how this channel keeps on going. It's through Etsy orders and Patreon, because otherwise I'd have to get my ass a 9 to 5, and that's not my mission in this world. God bless Peggy. God bless Dawn, because completely support me right now. My other support has just fucked right off, haven't they? So that's alright. We gotta grow. We gotta move. We're always moving. We're always growing. And I think that are here that are part of Patreon, because it's something I can depend on every month, so I really appreciate it. And I do my best to make videos as often as possible, and we'll be coming out with another one tomorrow. Any last surviving questions, y'all? What is hysteria? What is it? Please tell me. I don't think I've gotten it yet. Everyone's silent now? Come on! Oh, goddess. Okay, it's a goddess. Perfect. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Hecate's mom. Huh. Okay. Well. Okay. I gotta say it now. That's not my goddess, and that's not who I researched to be Hecate's mom. But I could be wrong. But my goddess is someone else. And I just, oh god. Unless it's a private message, I don't feel comfortable sharing. Because I think that, and I do want to share, like, I want to open more people up to the goddess that I work with. And I'm just, like, staring at her altar right now, and it's just, like, amazingly powerful and amazingly beautiful. But I don't want to say it on my, like, broadcast YouTube channel. Correct, Shelley. Correct. Joyce says, Jen, I have to say I wish you were near so we could decide what goes where and to whom. Hugs. Totally. Okay, Shelley, so you know, right. I mean, every... I just... Do you understand that, like, sometimes people just don't... Like... Hollywood plays into it too much, and then it becomes something that people think is, like, evil and demonic, and, like, it's just not. So that's what I'm talking about. With my goddess, that Shelley gets it. And, like, honestly, guys, if you want to ask me about my goddess, I just don't want to say it on YouTube because it's very private. And I don't want any outside influence on it other than in private chat. So my Skype is Jen, Jenn, baby, Baby, Firefly, Firefly, Jen Baby Firefly. And if you want to contact me there and talk to me about my goddess, I'm fine talking about it on a one-on-one level. But I'm just not comfortable talking about it in a mainstream aspect because it's so looked at in a weird way. However, and I'm like, what are you guys talking about? Who are you guys talking about? It's so funny. Yeah, very, very, very primal. You're right, Shelley. Absolutely. So it was amazing spending over 4 hours with you guys. And Thomas Dale, if you're still here, I hope you really enjoyed, and I think you were here for most of it, darling. I know it's late for you. Um, I hope you really enjoyed my extra long live stream that you inspired me to do today by saying, Jen, do another 15-hour live stream. Yeah, I don't know if I could ever do that, but maybe one day a 12-hour live stream. Because, it's great, and pretty soon I have one patron that wants to buy me a new phone to help with my videos, and I'm really excited about that. So pretty soon we're going to be getting 5G, and perhaps I can take you out into the woods and do some like really deep wood herbal workings. So it was amazingly lovely to be with you guys these last 4 hours, and I can't tell you how much great company that all of you at separate times gave me, in my heart and my soul, and how beautiful it was to cry with you. I know that you guys, some of you feel like when I cry it's sad, but it's just not. It's just not for me. It's just part of who I am, and it's part of release, and it's part of the beauty that is me. And I do think that I'm beautiful, and I do think that I'm amazing, and I do think that I'm like magnificent. And I'm trying to, and I know to a lot of people that sounds selfish, but I don't take it that way. And I just want to tell you that I'm trying to shine this self-love light around the whole entire world as much as I can. And so I just want you all to be a part of that. And I want you all to try and resonate that self-love as much as you can, because it's amazingly gorgeous. Fall in love with yourself and you adore yourself, you could really start to give amazing energy to the world. So that's it. I have to go. I'll talk to you really soon. It was so nice to speak to you.